Hello, everybody. Justin, can you hear me there? I keep forgetting there's a 30-second delay. But can you hear Chris? You can talk fine, sir. So we've got to fix that. Yes, you're right into the microphone. All right, so chat. How are we doing today? Four minutes to go. Sarah's over there shitting bricks right now. You can't see her, but she is. Can't hear me, so can you guys hear me now? Okay. All right, we are just about to get started here. So I am going to mute this and we're going to get going. See you all in a minute.
That's right.
I was in a really lonely place.
I was struggling a lot, and I didn't know who else to turn to.
And so I called.
But the help was there. Trevor Project was there. There was somebody who was ready to listen to me.
It was amazing finding support and having a sense of community online.
the Trevor Project is us. They are allies, friends, you, me, you know, it is like family.
Everybody, how is that? Now can you guys hear us? We're just gonna wait for chat to catch up. There's a 30-second delay now. So they can hear Sarah. All right, it looks like we're gonna be good. So with that all in mind, we're just going to get started right here. Welcome, everyone, to the Dripping Creativity Pride Fundraiser. Son of a bitch. I'm your host, Chris Corvin, and joining me is...
I'm Sarah Burton, and we're so excited to have all of you here with us today. And we're nervous, but thank you for coming to celebrate Pride Month and support an incredible cause, the Trevor Project.
As many of you know, the Trevor Project is an amazing organization dedicated to providing crisis intervention and suicide prevention services to LGBTQ plus youth. Their work is crucial in offering support, understanding, and a lifeline to young people who need it the most.
That's right, and the Trevor Project offers a 24/7 lifeline, chat, and text services, providing trained counselors who are always ready to listen and support LGBTQ plus youth in crisis. They also advocate for policies that protect LGBTQ plus young people and educate the public on the unique challenges they face.
Today, our goal is to raise $500 in the support of the Trevor Project's vital work. We're already at $210, which is freaking amazing. Every donation, no matter the size, can make a significant difference in the LGBTQ plus youth, and we've got some fun rewards to keep things exciting.
We have a few things you can choose from, including entering to win one of 2 prints from Jill's Creation, and you can get your hands on a print from Aster's original tiny art Pride piece that we'll be watching her draw very soon, and I'm super excited because it's adorable. Check out the rewards and donate on the Tiltify page, either by scanning the QR code on the screen or the link in the description and the thing.
Before we dive into our first segment, we want to remind you all how easy it is to donate. Just follow the link. We literally just covered all that. Also, a special thank you to Terracotta Films for heading up the mod team with everyone that is going to be helping with the mod community, and Jocelyn Creek for supplying the music that you're going to be hearing throughout almost all of this stream. For all the content creators out there, make sure to check them out in the links below.
Thank you all for being here and for your support. Together we can make a huge impact. Let's make this Pride Month celebration one to remember and help ensure that LGBTQ plus youth know that they are never alone. So without further ado, let's kick off our Dripping Creativity Pride fundraiser. Here's to creativity, community, and making a difference.
Hi, I'm Raven Denton, aka Raven's Breath, and I am very excited to participate in this creative showcase with Dripping Creativity in support of the Trevor Project. I am an author, cosplayer, and gamer / Twitch streamer, but really I just go wherever the ADHD dictates that day. Unfortunately, I don't have any writing to showcase because I'm in the middle of my first horror novel and my first cyberpunk novel, 2 separate projects, but have been in the gaming and cosplaying space for many years now. I actually got bit by the cosplay bug back in 2014. I went to my first Comic-Con. I was like, that looks pretty fun. So for my second one in 2015, I threw together a Kaylee Fry cosplay from Firefly. I had 3 people recognize me and say shiny to me on the convention floor, and I was sold. I was done. I was like, this is really cool. So I made a handful of other cosplays in the next couple of years. And then in 2018, I was like, let's go full blown and hand make an entire cosplay from scratch. So I did. I chose Yennefer of Vengerberg from the Witcher 3 video game because it's one of my favorite games of all time. I made everything by hand, from her pants to her scarf. I handcrafted the necklace pendant, made her like deceptively intricate jacket. And I learned a really important lesson. Don't mess with stretch fabrics unless you absolutely have to. Whole thing took me about 7 months because I was learning pretty much everything on the fly. And then I actually entered it into a local cosplay contest, and the judges created a special like judge's choice award for me and a couple other cosplayers, so they could share it with the team, with everybody, which I thought was pretty cool. I've also dabbled a little bit in body painting. Some of them I have streamed on my Twitch streams. They tend to take between like 2 to 5 hours, depending on how intricate they're supposed to be. And then in early 2020, I created my third ever fully handmade cosplay. And I did Yennefer again, because she's amazing. But this time I did a dress from the Netflix show. So a couple of fun facts about this cosplay. It was the first dress I had ever made of any variety. It took me about 4 months to make. And I started it right after the show was released, which meant that there weren't a lot of like reference pictures available. So I rewatched the orgy scene in season 1 about 50 times, trying to like get the details of the dress right. And then in the process of making this dress, I used about 100 feet of super glittery ribbon. Sold out 3 different Joannes. Much of the glitter, which I am still finding around my apartment, even though I have moved apartments twice since then. Tragically, this cosplay has not yet seen a convention floor, but it's something I am hoping to rectify soon. My most recent fully handmade cosplay was actually the artist from Dead by Daylight. I made that last year in about 3 months. For this one, I actually got to experiment with a couple of new techniques. Worked with like foam pieces, which I haven't done a whole lot of. I learned how to attach like foam to fabric. I do like to joke, I'm not serious about this, but like I'm kind of serious, that the piece I'm most proud of is learning how to simulate having bare feet for a character who has bare feet, without actually having my bare feet on like a convention floor, because those are super gross. So that's pretty cool. And then I've done a ton of other cosplays in between and since. Many of them have been assembling pieces that I bought from stores. Some of them have been like, you know, closet cosplays, things I've already had in my closet. Others I've purchased from stores and then modified to fit whatever cosplay I'm working on at the time. So here are a handful of pictures of some of my favorite cosplays over the years. I have been gaming since I was very little, but in the summer of 2020, just like pretty much everybody else on the planet, I started streaming on Twitch. Since then, my content has really like grown and changed. I actually started with like FPS shooter games, so I started with like Fortnite and Apex Legends, neither of which I really even play anymore. I did a short stint of like body painting streams, and then I moved on to like story-based games, which is most of what I play now. I started off very shy, very like prim, proper, didn't make a whole lot of like, you know, weird jokes or whatever. And then I played a single Silent Hill game, which I have lovingly dubbed Silent Hill 4 Hole Simulator, because the entire game you're going in and out of holes. So into the hole, into the subway, out of the hole, back into the hotel room. I don't know why. And like the prim and properness has been kind of downhill ever since, but I think like in the funniest way. So I stream mostly horror games, some cyberpunk games. Throughout all my games, I'm wildly inappropriate, and I get jump scared at basically everything. Even things that like aren't really jump scares. My community makes fun of me most of the time, especially because like generally speaking, I'm not very good at video games, even though I've played for decades. but I'm particularly not good at puzzle games, which a lot of horror games have like puzzles that you have to solve in order to move on to the next room. But my community kind of makes fun of me, I think in like a loving way. Plus they get jump scared a lot of the time too, which makes it kind of worth it for me. So here are a handful of my favorite clips from last year's streams. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. We're playing a scary game. Oh, Jesus. Dude, like, Jesus. Okay. She's just making sure I do the chores. Oh, Jesus Christ. Raven doesn't do safe. No, Raven does safe words. It's just if a statue starts talking to me, there are additional problems I have to worry about. Oddly enough, the hand part is actually 3D and sticks out. At that height and with that gesture, you're telling me, Raven, you nerd, are you a fan of maths debating? Horrible smell is coming from the hole. Be sure to clean your holes regularly, folks. It's very important for hole health. And now he's just gone? So I just needed to let him pass. That's what it was. I just needed to let him pass, I guess. Well, now... Oh! Jesus! Okay. Hit parade? Oh no. Oh, this is where I get to get hit with the little strings of anal beads. That's exciting. Whoa! Pyramid head, I swear to God, if you're stalking me, okay. Sorry. Origami. Means I'm definitely gonna get jump scared. Oh, hey, there she. My resting heart rate is actually like in the 50s. So yeah. We're just basically killing Ethan on accident every chance we get, so. I go easier. At least spit down the hole or something. I did not think about that statement before I said it.
Just wanted to wish everyone a happy Pride to all of our queer community.
You are cared for and loved, and just don't stop being you.
Just wanted to wish everyone.
That was an absolutely amazing showcase of Raven's Breath. Thank you so much for being a part of this, Raven. You are truly amazing, and we love you. Thank you so much. Up next, we have an insightful interview segment with Sarah and our very own Mac. We love Mac. Mac is an incredible storyteller known for their unique approach to weaving real-life emotions and experiences into their narratives. In this interview, they're going to talk a whole lot about creative and mental health and covering just so many amazing topics. You're going to enjoy it. In the meantime, don't forget to donate. This is why we're here. Let's help the Trevor's Project. You guys got this. I believe in you. Here we go.
Hi, friends. I'm Sarah Burton, and I'm here with Mac today. I'm doing our interview, and thank you for coming on and joining me.
Yeah, I'm really excited for everything we're going to talk about.
Me too, and I can't wait so we can kind of just like dive right in because I've been waiting to talk to you like in person for forever. So I was really excited when Chris and I, and through the Creative Coffee Cafe and Dripping Creativity decided to do this because I'm like, who do I get to interview? Like, ooh, because he let me pick, and I was like,
yeah, I'm excited.
Me too.
Yeah, for my job, it is creative writing. I write video games, so it is creative. it is. But at the same time, I have like all the professionalism behind it, and like the meetings and the company and the client. So at the same time, is a creativity that is very structured. If you don't like that, then it shouldn't, like, you shouldn't really get like a corporate creative job, you know. I sometimes do wish it was just a hobby. I think I would enjoy it a little bit more, but it is what it is.
We both struggle like with mental health stuff, and I know writing's huge of getting me through that. And is that kind of how you feel about it too?
I do. I read a lot of your posts about mental health, and I completely relate to this dilemma of sometimes writing can help you a lot, and sometimes the fact that you're not writing because you're going through like a mental health, I wouldn't even call it episode, because I think it's like 24/7 mental health, you know, thing. But whenever it becomes like more of a struggle, it definitely affects our creative like soul, you know, and you feel guilty about it because you know it would make you feel better to maybe like write a page or just like write it to play with it, and you can't, you know. So I do relate to all your mental health posts about that, about how sometimes it can be like a saving, like a distraction, like something that really like it's food for your mind and your soul, but at the same time it doesn't let you create, you know. Like mental health, when you're in a bad place, a place of struggle, it does hinder your creativity. So at least for me, it's that way. I think it's that way for you as well, you know?
Yeah. If I'm in so I call them like a low, because yes, to your point, I mean, I feel like my mental, like, yeah, we have our highs and then we have our lows, but it's always there. It's always in the background.
Yeah.
And being bipolar, I have to watch my highs because people are like, you're in such a great mood. And I'm like, yeah, but we're towing the line, because if I go too far, then it's not good for anybody. That's no one. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of those, like, the last 2 days I've written more in like 48 hours than I've written in like a month, and I'm like, that's great, but I'm like, I'm not sleeping and I should probably like tone it down a notch. But then to your point, like, yeah, we go through those lows and you're like, oh, I want to, but you can't even lift your head up off the couch, so you're just sitting there, and then yeah, it gets in your own head where you're like, I should be writing, and that's not what it's supposed to be. So I keep trying to tell myself that, like, don't force it when you're not feeling it, and because it's not going to be beneficial that way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have autism and ADHD, so I also have this constant like euphoria because of the ADHD of like, oh my god, I have to write this right now, and it has to be like now, you know, and I will hyper focus. And my autism behind the ADHD is like, hey, you know, like, this is not good for us. We're like burning out, you know, you're not resting, you're like hyper focused. My ADHD is completely happy, you know, it's like, woo.
Yeah.
But it's like a hangover. Like when you're drinking or when you're partying, you're like, oh my god, this is so exciting. And then you go home and you're like, oh, maybe that was not such a great idea, because you suffer for like a couple days after. So yeah, being creative and having that mental health up and down it's a struggle.
It is, for sure. And I totally understand. And like, because of the bipolar, for me, like, it's kind of the same when I'm writing that high, but also I'm like undiagnosed ADHD, because they're like, we're not going to change anything with your medication. So, you know, like, okay, but I do get that, like, the hyper focus is the problem sometimes. And then when you get pulled away, you almost feel like, I get anxious and I feel sick. Like, I physically, I'm like, oh my god, I need to be doing this. like what's going on? And it's hard, like you said, like it is. And I mean, I've thought of it as a hangover sort of. To me, it's more like when you finish a project, then you have that hangover where you're like, oh, it's done, and now what do I do with myself? But it's true, like, even if you're kind of like super hyper focused for 2 days and then you stop, you're just like, oh, it leaves you with like a weird, I don't know, a weird feeling for sure. And then I also know, I was gonna say, like, writing, I'm sure for you too, is super cathartic and just kind of letting things out. So do you feel like it's kind of helped you, you know, like getting through, like with your mental illness, with other things you've gone through, do you feel like it's helped you kind of process? And that's how I feel.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like writing has always, at least for me, started as a safe space, you know, like I'm diagnosed for most of my life, so I think connecting and like understanding empathy and how I connected with empathy with the world around me, you know, was through writing, because it was like a silent way of me being in my space and being able to be like, okay, here nobody's gonna like read these words, and I can say whatever I want, even if it sounds like judgy or weird, you know. So for me, it started that way, and then eventually with that journaling kind of, I discovered that I had like a style to it, mostly because I was vulnerable and I showed it to other people, and they were like, hey, there's something here, you know, like. And it took me a really, really long time to admit that. You know, it took me a really long time to be like, oh, the way I write sounds like me. It doesn't really matter if it's good or bad, you know? You know, like, I'm not saying I'm Shakespeare or like Virginia Woolf, like, I'm not here to change the world or like getting a bestseller out, and I'm completely comfortable with that. But I do think that with the time, I found a voice that makes me feel comfortable, because I always write about like experiences that I've had, and I shape them into a reality that helps me go through stuff, you know, understanding better or being less frustrated with what happened. And it's healing, you know, to being able to create a little bubble where you're like, oh, I'm safe here and I can express the way I wanted things to be, or the way I can't normally, you know, because of the autism or because of the mental health. So for me, at least, it's a very healing process. It's my safe space. And then I show it to others. I don't really understand what happens like in between, you know, like it's very personal for me, but I'm a Leo, so I guess I'm like, it's so personal. I have to show it to other people. But yeah.
Well, there is something about the sharing part, and it's funny. I mean, we've established this like through the months that we are very similar, and everything you just said about how you write is kind of how I am. And I'm like, it definitely has my voice. When I've had friends read it, they're like, I can hear you saying this, and I think that's what's most important. And it's like, yeah, no, maybe I'm not going to change the world with it, but it still sounds like me, and people who know me are going to read it and appreciate it because they're like, well, it sounds like you telling us a story. And then to your point, writing things in a way to kind of digest them. And I've learned so much about myself through my writing, like things that I didn't realize. And even in the last year, there were a lot of things I'm like, oh, I worked through that. I'm fine. I handled that 10 years ago. And I'm like, oh, no, I did not. Let's reprocess like all of that. Ooh, like trauma. But it almost doesn't always feel like trauma when you're, to your point, putting it in like a safer space where you're like, well, I control this bubble and I know what's going to happen here. It's a little bit, at least for me, I feel safer about it. And then once I've digested it, I can share it with other people and it's not quite as scary. I am like so shy to share stuff. I'm always like, especially my poems, I'm like, oh my God, no.
No, but you're a beautiful writer. Like, I haven't been able to check your book yet, but I've seen what you've written because of the Discord, because of like everything you share on Threads or even on Instagram. And it's exactly what you said. Like, I think that writing pieces that are from real people, real writers, real slices of life are underrated. You know, there's really no space for us because everything feels like it should be like a big bestseller. And I think you're a beautiful writer. I think you're able to express feelings, you know, and the situations those feelings can like trap you in. And that's how it feels with your poems. Like, they're just, you can feel the little like bubble or room where those feelings are like entangled, and that's just, for me, that's just like a talent in itself, because it's not easy, it's not easy, and it can become like really like mass produced, so I love it. I love your writing. I think it's very genuine.
I'm like blushing over here. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know I'm nervous to share, but I do think that I have a lot of people that I've connected with on Threads that also, we're all dealing with our mental health, which is like primarily why we're here with like the Trevor Project, and just kind of all trying, to make sure that we have that support. And that's why I started doing it, because even like a year and a half ago, I couldn't talk about the things that I talk about how I do now. And just having, in the beginning, it was like one person here, one person there being like, this resonated and thank you for sharing. And now I'm like, well, now, I feel less like pressure, and I know other people are getting, like they're feeling, and I'm like, I've said it, like this new age hippie who just wants everybody to like have a hug and feel like seen. And I'm like, well, I think I'm on my way to doing that, I hope. So yeah, that's kind of what it's all about. And again, why we did this whole live stream event, because I think just making sure people, everybody that needs the support can find it and get it. So yeah, and which again, even kind of going into that, like with our, kind of where we fall, that's something just in the last, really, which is another part of how we started this, is I finally felt like I had a name to like my sexual identity after years. And I'm like, how did it take so long? And it's like, and it's in my writing. And I had a beta reader who pointed out, she goes, oh, this character, I feel like because my books take like place in the 90s, she's like, I feel like if this was present day, she would be like demisexual. And I'm like, huh. And then I went back and like looked, and I'm like, this is a theme. Like, this is a trend of mine that I'm writing. I'm like, well, all of these characters have a part of me. So yeah, it's kind of like it's all fallen together. And I'm, it's part of, and it's great, because the other thing, I always thought I was bisexual. And then the whole, like, just so many people feeling like they're told, and I personally was told, like, it's a fad, you're going through something, like you're married to a man, just all of that. And it sucks. And then being on Threads, everybody's like, no, you're like, it is important, like your feelings do matter. And I'm just like,
yeah, I think I've lived through the same, especially with Threads. Like when I was writing Arlo's Boo and publishing on Wattpad, I had like another fellow writer and reader as well, telling me like, hey, like the way you're writing romance, it's so slow, and like it doesn't feel like romance is happening, but romance is happening. And like, are they gonna like have sex? She just basically asked, and I was like, oh, I don't know, like I don't think so, because in my world, I didn't even like thought about like the details that would be like a human having sex with a ghost. That was like, how is that gonna work? Like, they barely touch, so I haven't like actually written like laws of physics, like I don't know if they can touch, like I don't know what happens when they touch, like they don't hug, so I was like, and that was the first time that I thought like I knew I was a demisexual before even like finding out about the word. Like I just knew that I needed like emotional connection and feeling safe before I open, physically to someone. But when that writer and reader like pointed out, like, are they gonna like, are they gonna touch? I was like, no, I don't think so. Like I didn't even like had a big kissing scene, And then that's when like the asexual umbrella really opened up to me. And I still identify as a demisexual. I am bisexual as well. But in the demisexual part, I also like started understanding that even though I could feel safe, I could like feel that emotional connection, that is not going to like always open this sexual door for me. Like that's not definitely like oh my God, I feel safe, I feel an emotional connection, let's fuck. It might not happen, you know, and I was like, oh, that sucks. Like, honestly, for me at least, was like, oh, that just makes it even more complicated, because for a really, really long time, when I found out I was polyamorous, I was like, oh, I have nothing to offer to these relationships, because I'm here and I'm telling people like, hey, I'm open to date, but I don't do sexual stuff. Like, I may never be sexual with you. And my process of thought was, well, I'm not going to tell people they're my crush, because I have nothing to give them. Like, you know, like, why am I going to tell you that I like them? Like, I like you, but we might never have sex. That sounds horrible. And of course I had to, like, deconstruct and learn.
I was gonna say, I feel like you have to untrain your brain to think that way. I know, and you're killing me right now saying this, because like you have so much to offer, like so much to offer, and I think my big thing that, and I've always been this way, I fall hard, and two, like, platonic love to me is a huge thing. Like, I will fall, like, some of my friends, I'm like, oh, I just want to, like, touch, you know, and that's the thing, and I think that's the hardest part is like, you do not have to have sex to have, like, as intense of a connection as you, like, I have more intense connections with people I've never, like, had any intimate relations with, but, like, we've held hands, or, like, we just, like, and you're just like, it's the best. So no, I feel like you should not feel that way. I hope you have deconstructed that, because there's something about, and I mean, even, like, kind of, like, me and one of my friends, because I think all of us have Threads crushes.
Of course. I mean,
yeah, like, we all have them, and we're like, they're sapio crushes. Like, it's all about the emotional, and it is. I'm like, it's not, like, none of us are out here trying to, like, oh, hey, let me tap that ass. Like, it's, and we joke. I feel like we all joke. We're all like, oh, damn,
yeah.
You're fine. Like, I mean, and we're not joking, because most of our friends are pretty, like,
yeah,
but
we just are. And
yes.
I don't know if you heard, like, there's a very TikTok famous sound that goes like, we're friends, or they're friends, they might kiss, you know, and like they'll go like, or they might not. And I think that sometimes being like in the LGBTQ plus community, it's kind of like that, you know, it's kind of like, oh, you know. And in general, just to kind of like point out, I think that even the asexual umbrella, or just sexual connection or platonic connection, it's bigger than the definitions that we want to like play in it. Because I've had people tell me like, oh, but you take like sexual pictures, sensual pictures, you know, and you're like thirst traps, and you're like comfortable talking about sex, or you love to talk about like bodies and like body positivity, or you like texting, like sexting, you know. And it's like, well, yeah, I enjoy all of that, so you are a sexual person. It's like, you know, it's on a spectrum. For me, honestly, it's on a spectrum. Like, one day I might feel aroused, the other day I might feel uncomfortable, like, I don't know, you know, and I feel like sometimes those labels don't help me also expressing that, like, hey, I'm not like complete individual, and most of the time I am also confused about what's happening to me, and I have no control over it. Like, you know, like, I have no control. Maybe one day I wake up and I'm like, yeah, let's fuck, and maybe the other day I need more emotional connection, and I have no control over it, you know.
No, and I agree, and I think that's another thing that kills me is when people are like, oh, well, you take these kinds of pictures, or you do this, or you do that, and I was like, yeah, okay, but like, to me, like, the human body is art. I mean, and again, we're creatives, we're artists, like, there's something about it, and I'm like, and there's something about the seduction of like words and different things, and I'm like, and that's even for me. I mean, I write romance. Some of my stuff's pretty, like, it gets, and like, Chris, if we raise so much money for this, he's like, you're going to read a scene from your book. And I'm like, do you know I will choke? I will not. I'm like, I can write it. I may have experience with it, You want me to read it to people? You're nuts. It's so funny because, you know, we come off one way to somebody, and then I'm like, I'm a total nerd. I'm so weird. I was the weird girl growing up. I don't know. But yeah, and that's to your point. It's like, why do we have to get put into these boxes? Like, one day I might feel this way, and one day I might feel this way, and it's just, let it be. Like, just let me kind of be.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of people say it as a joke, but it is 2024, and I think that the way you like to express yourself, the way you express yourself through writing or pictures or whatever, the way you dress, has nothing to do with that sexual connotation that people want to point out as bad. You know, there's nothing bad about being comfortable with your own body, nothing bad being comfortable talking about sex, and it shouldn't have any relationship with the way you relate to it, you know, physically. So I don't know, it's complicated. It's definitely complicated being demisexual or asexual, being in the sexual umbrella, while actually being also, for me, you know, while also being bisexual and polyamory, because people are expecting like, oh my god, 2 genders, you know, like, and polyamorous, you should be like all over it. And it's like, in a platonic way, you know, and in my writing, I'm very active, you know, but besides that, nothing really.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's something too, that it's kind of almost, I don't know, it's unfortunate that people think that way if you're, you know, poly or whatever, because it's like, no, that's not what that means. It just, to me, it's always meant, and it's always meant, like, you just have a big enough heart to, like, love and care for more than one person. Like, you are able to have all of these feelings, and honestly, it's beautiful. Like, I just think, like, again, and I'm more of a, like, I fall hard for my friends, and I love them, like, to the end of the world, and I will fight for them. And I was like, but it's something that I, like, have in me to, like, give that, where I know other people are like, no, I only have so much room for, like, you know, my significant other, like, my partner, you know, whatever. And I'm like, no, like, I have, like, all this space to, like, share with people if, you know, if I feel that connection. Like, I'm not going to feel with everybody, but so in our writing, I know we both do have representation, and as I say, with your characters, I know you have a lot of representation, and at least the story I started writing or reading of yours.
Yeah, I mean, with Arlo, his pronouns are he, they, them, but I usually, in my writing, I try to use they, them, so the representation gets a little bit more clear. It was really important for me to write through the perspective and pronouns they, them. So Arlo is non-binary, you know, and Gwen, even though she looks straight and she is a cis woman, she is bisexual, you know, and she has like this platonic relationship with Arlo's best friend. So every time I wrote them in a scene, I kind of put that bisexuality in there, you know, like the relationship they have, even though it's platonic, it's very much like partner to partner, you know. And with Arlo, he is also asexual. He's not demisexual per se, he's definitely like asexual, you know. That's why I guess there's never going to be like anything sexual, but it was important for me. Like we stated earlier, you know, for me, writing Arlo was the first time that I was like, hey, you know, I might be non-binary, and I couldn't say it to anyone. I didn't even like say it to myself. I was just like, oh, I think I'm non-binary. So I wrote Arlo to feel a little bit like I had space to be non-binary before I could be non-binary in real life. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah.
Was that recent? Like, because I feel like when I started reading it, you were just putting it up. So how recently did you kind of come out as non-binary?
Like January. And I haven't come out because I don't correct people when they use like the wrong pronouns, and like I don't feel comfortable telling people like also because I live in a country where that is yet not a thing, you know, like there is a little bit of culture, but not big enough for people to like embrace it in a full, you know, like thing. And yeah, it's just not a thing here really. So, and yeah, like one of my siblings knows, my parents don't know, my partner of course knows, and we've been going through the motions on how to be respectful of me being non-binary, you know, but it's hard. I think it's hard for the both of us because a lot of the things, like it hasn't changed my personality or the way I dress, or, you know, so I kind of joke about it like, well, you know, I'm not a woman, but at the same time, I was raised as a woman, and most of my experience have been as a woman. So it's kind of hard to come out as non-binary, to be honest, because it's just, there's really no space for you to just be someone without gender, or yeah, when you don't identify with a gender especially. So I wouldn't say I failed at it, but I'm definitely not like good at it at all, you know.
I mean, I don't think there's a definition of like what's being good, or I mean, it's just you being you. And well, and it's interesting because I know that, like, I mean, through threads, so it's interesting to me that you found a more comfortable space like in our community than you even feel in your real life, and which I know some people might look at that a negative way, but I think it's really beautiful that we've all found each other and feel like we can share parts of us that we are not necessarily ready to share with others. So, 'cause yeah, I mean, your journey is like probably influencing somebody else, even if you don't know it. So yeah.
I love that. I love that community that we've created on Threads, because definitely, like, sometimes I joke with my partner, like, those people know me, like, they know things that nobody else knows, you know. And I just think it's easier to be yourself, 100% yourself, with people that don't know you, you know, because sometimes people that do know you, like your friends and your family, it's hard for you to be like, hey, I know you've known me for like 10 years plus, but let me take like a right, like a curve right here, because it's like big change, you know. Like, a lot of people don't accept the big changes. Like, I know there's a lot of discussion in the community about pronouns and about like families accepting your gender and your identity, but the truth is, at least for me, in my experience, people don't deal well with change. It's not even about respect. It's not about the fact they don't want to respect you. Of course, there are cases and cases. I'm talking about myself. I don't feel my friends don't want to respect me, or I don't feel like my family wouldn't respect my pronouns. I just feel like it's a big change for them, because they know me as a woman, and that's sad. That's kind of sad. They don't know you as a person. They know you as a gender, you know, which is weird. But on Threads, nobody knows me, you know, like they do know me, but they know me what I want to present, what I give to them, and they take it and they're like, oh, this is great, and or no, this is sad, and it is, you know, it's like, yeah, it is, but it's, I wouldn't say it's curated, because it's not, but they just kind of accept who I am because they haven't met me. and that's a beautiful thing. I think it's an underrated feeling of acceptance, to be honest.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, because yeah, there's things, and I think that's kind of, I've always been, I have no filter. I will say things, and which everybody knows. And I'll do things, and it's always just been like funny and silly, and people know that about me, but at the same time, I'm like, in person, when I meet new people, I'm just like, oh, okay. But I've never really felt like that, like maybe at the beginning on Threads, but now now when I say things or I do stuff, I'm like, it's just, everybody's like, oh, that's just her. She's just unhinged, like throwing glitter places, and this is just what we're gonna get. And I'm like, yeah, and people, like, they're cool with it. And I'm like, oh, that just, yeah, you feel like you fit. And I don't know, to me, and my husband always jokes, he'll say, he's like, I'm so glad you found your little community of like nerds. And I'm like, we are a community of nerds, and like we own that shit, man. Like we are, like, we might be the nerdiest freaking people around, but like I like it. I'm like, let us nerd it up and be ourselves and be weird. Because I've always been just different. And the one thing I know you were talking a lot about, like growing up and being seen as a woman, and I was lucky in the sense that I went through phases where, I mean, there was a phase where I wanted to wear, like boys clothing, and I even like hate the thing. I mean, I don't know, like to me, I'm like, even stuff I wear now, I'm like, technically, and I was like, why does it have to be? Like, can't it just be what, like, I like that shirt, who cares? But I was lucky because my mom just kind of rolled with it. She's like, you want to wear oversized baggy t-shirts? Like, you want to wear, I mean, I don't know. I was goofy. I would wear like boxer shorts as actual shorts. And just like roll them up and just, I don't know. But she let me do it. And I think that that's what's something that's so important. And even just us being the ones kind of leading the charge of the future generations. I'm like, yeah, I want my kids to be able to feel like if they want to try something. I mean, I have a daughter and a son, and we've got play dresses, and my son wants to put on an Elsa dress. I'm like, cool, go for it, put on an Elsa dress, like have fun, have at it. Like it's, and where I feel like generations before us would be like, no, you can't, like he can't play with dolls, he can't do this. And I'm like, let him do. What's so wrong about a boy playing with a doll? Like we all, hopefully, if you want to raise kids and you want to bring, like, shouldn't everybody have the compassion to raise a child? Like, it takes a village. So I'm kind of, I'm all over the map here, but yeah, it's kind of just that beautiful thing of finding your space and being able to be you, no matter what that looks like. So
yeah, it is. It really is. And well, I mean, we haven't really talked about your characters, and how you go through your community, your LGBT plus community with your books and your writing, because you just had a book come out, and I think it's important. We need to talk about it.
I did just have my book come out, and that book's very it was my first one. It was my book baby. It's very sweet, and and again, like I kind of mentioned, what somebody pointed out, like I think your character is demisexual, and I hadn't really thought of it, and the book is so long, I don't even get into that. Like I don't really address it, but I'm like, but I think others will look at it and say, hey, I identify as that. I get what she's feeling, that she's not just hooking up because other people expect her to do it. Like she's staying true. And I actually had an interview just recently with somebody who basically in his writing, he's like, I have characters that are, it's two men that are married, or it's same-sex relationship, and he's like, but I don't address it as they're gay, or I don't address it as they're this or they're that. He's like, it just exists, it's just there. And I'm like, it's so beautiful, because yeah, shouldn't it be? Like, do we need to really say these things? However, at the same time, I do get on the other end of it, like, yeah, for those of us reading something, I know being someone like in 8th grade, when I first started feeling depressed, when I first started having feelings for a girl, when I was like so fucking confused, I'm like, would it have been nice to read a book where I could be like, oh, that character is bisexual, oh, she's going through this, like, oh, they're going through this, like, okay, I get it, like I feel seen. And that's what I've started to do. So in my books that I'm working on now, I have, and again, I was also raised Catholic, so it was a huge, like, heavy, oh my God, just the weight of that. And even I identify more as an agnostic, and I still find myself at times being like, oh God, I'm being judged, like, oh my God. And then I'm like, no, like, get that out of your mind. Like, you're not doing anything wrong. Like, you're not murdering people, you're not hurting people on purpose, like nothing you're doing is wrong. So it's something that I felt really, to me, I addressed it in my books. I have two characters that were raised, you know, in very, very strict religious households that start having feelings for, you know, one is a girl, one is a boy, and they both start to realize that they have feelings for people of the same sex, and just kind of their journey of all of that, of where do I identify, where do I fit, you know. Again, and she's the two characters that are actually like based off of me and my girlfriend from the past, but it's very much that, well, like, I only feel this way about her, like, it's only like, I'm not, you know, out there like thinking, oh, it's all women, it's like there's something special. And then again, that's where like I started to realize, I'm like, oh, so maybe it's not just being bisexual, it's kind of like I need that connection. And I identify also as pan, because I'm like, I don't really care, like, if I find that emotional connection, none of the else, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, I don't really, you know, and I don't know, I just see people, I just like see people, and I'm like, it is what, like, I just want to see like you and all of it. So yeah, I've kind of tried to address a lot of things, you know, and again, I cover that. I try to just dive into all of it, because it's like, I think our mental health ties in so much to our identity, and even that struggle of feeling like, you know, and again, and I hate to throw it on religion, because it's not that, but there's just so many things where growing up, you're like, okay, well, what's wrong with me? Because that's kind of what, you know, and so again, and now I think we're in a really good place where we can at least talk about it. And even if you can't talk about it with your family, I guarantee you, I mean, and again, the Trevor Project's a great one. Like, you can find somebody who's willing to listen, like somebody who will help. And I know a lot of us, you and me included, have, like, when we're struggling, we'll throw it up there, like, reach out, DM me, like, I will listen, we can vent, like, just get it off our chests. And I think there's so many of us willing to do that, because we've all been there. So.
Yeah, I think there has been a shift, you know. I feel like you and I, our generation, we grew up with mental health only can come from addiction, you know, like, only people that were struggling with addiction had like severe mental health issues or trauma, you know. It could only go both ways, like, either you like had suffered something completely traumatic, or you were like an addicted person, you know, you had some kind of addiction, and that was the only two routes for having like bad mental health. And now we're more like embracing the fact that mental health is a spectrum. It can be influenced by so many things. It can be chemical, it can be psychological, it can be emotional, it can be physical, like, you know. And I love seeing that transparency in any type of writing, like in any type of art, really. And I think it's happening the same way for the LGBTQ plus community for us, because we grew up with films that were either homophobic, you know, like gays were like bottom of a joke. The trans community as well, you know, like every time you saw them being portrayed in movies, it was just to make fun of them. And we only saw that type of, like, you know, kind of characterization, even in Modern Family, that it was like, wow, this is so modern. Even there, the characters are a little bit like cartoons, you know, like, and now we're moving forward where we don't even say they're gay. You know, they don't have to say they're gay. They're just living like their gay life happily. Like with that show, like Our Flag Means Death. I read an interview where the creator was like, oh, we don't need to say that every pirate is gay. We don't need to say that they're pan, or, you know, because they're just like living their pirate life, and maybe that means that they like another guy or another girl or another person, but we are just not going to address the fact that they like that, you know, because they're just part of the life. Like, we don't address race, we don't address their sexuality. They're just like, ooh, you know. And I think we are moving towards that. At least a couple of shows that I've seen, the writers like tend to just whoop, they don't go, they don't talk about it. But I do feel like maybe other parts of the community, the LGBTQ plus community, still needs a stronger representation. For example, like the trans community, us as demisexual or asexual people, aromantic, that it's like hardly talked about, they do need that representation in writing. We're still on that stage of saying like, hi, my character is like aromantic, asexual, non-binary, and we need to shout it because we're at that stage where we don't have enough representation, so we need to make it loud, we need to make it big, and then eventually, hopefully, we have so much representation that it can be glossed over, because it's just like, oh, does it really matter, it always matters, but representation does change, it does evolve for the better, hopefully,
But to your point though, it's like, it's not that it doesn't, it matters, but what I took out of it is it shouldn't matter in the sense that we have to like throw it, like, yeah, like, can we get to a point where it's just kind of accepted? Like, that's, I think, the goal. Can we all just get to a point where everybody is accepted? And one of my biggest things that I've always is, unfortunately there's people that are in my life that are very, very conservative, and they're just not accepting of where things, of things that they're, to your point, change, things that they're not used to. It's just different than how they were raised, and that's fine. But my question always is, if it's not affecting you directly, if it's not hurting you, if it's not, like, you don't even have to be around whatever it is that's offending you, why does it matter? Like, why do we have to talk about it negatively? Why do we have to, point it out? I get really upset, and we'll just kind of like, not that I will talk about it and I will defend how I feel, but to a certain extent, because I'm not going to push too hard. Like, you're entitled to your own feelings and your own opinions, but also like respect that I don't necessarily want to have this negative conversation about it, because like I totally feel a different way. And again, I wouldn't ever push it on people, but my whole thing is, my mom raised me, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And that's just how I feel. Like, if you have nothing positive to say, like, kind of maybe just keep it to yourself. Like, if it's something that's intentional, like, it's one thing to talk about opinions and how you feel, and like, that's okay if, if somebody identifies completely straight, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, also, don't go out of your way to attack somebody else. And I think one of the biggest things is, like, you see it out there, like, don't yuck somebody's yum. Like, yeah, everybody has different, we're different, we're all different. And so just like, can we just embrace, and again, here's my new age hippie, like, let's just
I completely feel you about that, and I feel like I would be like, okay, you want to be intolerant, you want to be ignorant, okay, do it in silence, and like definitely away from me, because like you said, like, I've never felt like I'm the person to educate anyone, I try to do it when I have the patience and the time, and when I feel like the other person is really speaking out of ignorance and not hate. But when I do feel it's out of hate, it's like, there's no room for education. It's just like, fuck you. I don't know if you can say that out loud. You can F you, and just like move on, because I don't know, there's other ways of fighting that hate, that violence, There's no space for violence. Let's just say that. Like, there's no space for violence against anyone inside the community. And I think one way of just going through this acceptance, like, and preaching, that's a horrible word. Preaching acceptance is writing about it for me. That's what I can do. I can just like write about a more diverse world and hope that other people can realize that would be a beautiful thing. Oh, that sounds lovely. Like, why don't we live that way? And just like, hopefully that way we can lead a better world. And like you said, I hope someone picks our books and they're like, oh my god, I think I'm demisexual because I'm seeing this character right here, and like, it rings some bells. And for me, that would be awesome. Somebody tells me like, oh, like, I read Arlo's Boo, and like, I love how they connect to their emotions and they connect to their sexuality and blah blah. Awesome, like great. Like yeah, that's it. That's the goal.
Yeah, it is. And I really liked what you said, because I think it is just putting it in our writing and getting it out there and just hoping that we can be that like little bit of change and difference, and that's why we do it, right? And I mean, and again, yes, we write for ourselves, but I always try to say, like, I kind of write for that like the little younger version of me that just kind of to like feel okay. And I think I'm getting there. I don't know. Like because I'm like, it'll help somebody, and I think that's the importance of like the written word is you can help people. I love where this conversation went, and I definitely think I'm just so excited we got to chat and just say thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me and doing this interview. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. It was really nice to be able to have a space and talk about all these important things.
Welcome back, everybody. Those were it was so good. I enjoyed that interview so much with Sarah and Mac. They killed it. Before we move on, I wanted to do some shout out here to some amazing donations that we have had rolling in since the very start. The very first one happened even before the stream even started. That was Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Then we had Raven's Breath. We have Naesis. I always hate saying that name. I'm just letting you know that now. Lillian D, thank you for the $10. Sarah, thank you very much for the $50. The DM's Guide coming in with that hot 10. Bear of Stone coming in with $50. Thank you so much for all of that. And A. Layton with 50 that just came in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Now from here, we are going to roll right in to the drawing of Aster. And you are going to enjoy this. It is amazing. Let's have some fun.
Welcome to Art and Aster. Today we are going to be drawing a tiny, adorable dinocorn holding a pride flag. Please pardon my nails. I am in the middle of an experiment over whether I'll go insane or fix them first. Insanity is currently winning, but we shall see. All right, let's start our tiny little dinosaur. A sassy little arch to its back there. Neck going around. Big old body. Look at that. Look at the junk in that trunk. That is a sexy trunk. Sexy little dinosaur. All right, sure what direction I want the tail going yet. Perhaps we will leave that. Instead, make the cute little leg here. Little sassy leg. Oh, that line was awful. Poor choice. Poor choice. Stop. Oh, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Make it stop. Make it stop right now. Okay. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. We can work with that. We can work with that. That's one of those lines that later we might find the right place for. Let's see. And then we need a jaunty little, like, happy foot right here. Like, woohoo, I'm having the best time of my life foot on that other side. So cute. So cute. All right. Then we need to get a lovely back haunch here, doing this same happy little leg going on. Like, woohoo, look at me, I'm adorable. Ew, ew, no. Okay, we got something going here. We can work with this. Let's go ahead. Oh, I don't like this foot, actually. actually. I don't like the way this turned out. I need to... Bad line, bad line. Ooh, I hate it. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. No, 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 no. Okay, that's better. That's better. Doing better. Hate less. Okay, okay. Hating less. This isn't too bad. Let's give this sassy little dinosaur a fantastic horn. There we go. Let's give this lovely unicorn a little bitty flagpole. Oh, so cute. Okay. We'll decide how long that flagpole's gonna go at some point a little later. All right, now we need a tail. Happy little, like, frisky tail, I think. I'm the happiest little dinocorn in the whole world. Look at you. You're so jaunty and cute. You're so happy. All right. This is turning out fantastically. Now we got to figure out our flag length, though. Let's make a flag shape. And I don't want to cut off the cute, sassy little butt too much, but I want this flag to be fantastic. That's terrible. Oh, such a bad structure for a flag. So bad. So bad. We're gonna make this flag a little bit bigger, huh? And it's kind of like the central point of this whole art to begin with. The dinosaur is just a plus. We'll figure out how to deal with the tail later since it's pretty much completely out of the picture. Okay, what if... Let's take this tail away real quick. We'll only erase lightly so I can see where the original lines were in case we want to go back. Make it like a super long tail, like I have the longest tail in dinosaur history. No, that's awful. Oh, no, never do that. Never do that. I regret all my choices. That was an artistic blunder right there. Let's just go back. Maybe let's create like this cute little like hook on the end of the tail. Like, I'm just so relaxed. All right, that's not so bad. It's kind of cute. Let's add a happy little smiley to our cute little dinocorn. So cute. Oh, God. That looks even worse. I don't know. I'd have to sacrifice the jaunty little back arch, and I'm not sure I'm ready to do that. I think we got to do something different with the tail. We gotta go back to the cute little head. Okay. We're gonna work on this tail. We're gonna take that part away. We'll worry about that at the end. How does that sound? We'll just be like, All right, so for the pride flag, we need this to be like boom and boom. All right, so yeah, the pen stage will fix that out. We just gotta figure out what we're doing with this tiny little dinosaur tail. I still think the little cute arch might be maybe less big. Woohoo, little dinosaur tail. I think we're ready for the pen. All right. Got our 005. It's pretty much the only one out of the collection I use, but you know, someday I might use the others. We're gonna work on the like precision work first. So let's start by swooping that flag. Go there. Then we need our pink stripe and our light blue stripe. All right. We're doing great. This is turning out so lovely. Look at how cute it is. It's so tiny, so cute. The lines are turning out fantastically. It's going significantly better than I could have anticipated. All right, now we need our lovely brown stripe here. There we go. There we go. Coming along. So far we haven't destroyed everything. Ooh, we might still though. Every line is a gamble. Every line. Okay. Whew. Oh, we're getting there. All right, I'm gonna take a small pen break. We're gonna take a pen break. We're gonna see how lovely our crisp lines kind of look around the edges because that makes my brain happy. I like to see the progress a little more crisply as I go. It helps reward my short-term attention span. Looking good. Let's go ahead and make the flagpole. Take a break from all the lines and the flag and make a flagpole instead. You know what I think this cute little dinosaur needs? I think it needs a bit of the personal touch. I think it needs a tiny bit of bedhead, don't you think? Like right around this horn here, just like boop, boop, boop. I slept badly, tiny little dinosaur. That probably looks like chaos to you, but to me it makes sense. I'll be able to tell what I'm doing. Cute, cute, totally holding that flag. That might have been like the thing that ruins everything. Not sure I like it. I'm not sure I like it. All right, let's get this pen and do. So let's start with the neck here. Go down, get that lovely back arch going there. And booty, there we go. This back leg, I am not happy with. I'm not pleased with the back leg. I'm not entirely sure how to fix it though. Oh no, I made a bad line. Ew, 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 I hate you. That is a bad line, bad line, bad line. Oh, I'm making it worse. Put the pen down. You know, sometimes you just need to put the pen down. Stop making it worse. Oh, I don't know if I can fix that. That makes me upset. All right, back to the pen. Need a cute little belly. Cute little belly, look at that. All right, this is turning out adorable, adorable. We're ignoring all the lines I hate, which is like 80% of them. Overall, I think it's turning out lovely. Sometimes the sum of a billion wrong parts turns out to not be too bad. Here we go. Now we're going to do our lovely lines. So we want to make them a little bit narrower than I originally drew them. So it's not fantastic, but it will do. Overall, the flaws are adding up to something adorable, and I think the color is going to do a lot for this. Now we just have to figure out if our dino corn is having bedhead or not. Let's go ahead and make our dino corn horn. Okay, that looks cute, a little bigger than I meant. Kind of a problem, but that's why I left some space. Can adjust this. That's cute. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, let's try. Bring this around and oh yeah, this is looking so good. Oh, you're such a pretty art. Look at you, you're such a pretty art. You're doing so nicely. Good job. There we go. We did a little curve. This cute little face. What are you all thinking, huh? You think it's cute? Let's look a little closer so you can see the update a bit. Look at how cute it is. All right. This is the point where it could go all wrong. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Oh, we forgot the top of our tent pole here. Let's see what we want to do. I think a ball will do. We're running short on time. Let's not be too creative here. Add our lovely little ground here. Okay, now we're just going to go in from this side. clean up all that pencil. Then we're gonna dive right in with the color and see what we can figure out for this little guy's gonna look forever. We're gonna go with, suppose we can just start coloring it. This is probably a good one for that light pink. Let's go with that. So we're gonna grab our 0.7 pencil. Pull out the blue I got in there. Lovely, perfect. Take that back out because we don't need it anymore. We might for the hair. We'll leave it over there. I think this is going to be the one we want. Here we go. Add our lovely light blue stripe. Oh, that's looking so good. So good. Beautiful, beautiful. Here we are. Let's find a nice brown, just the right shade here. Color that in. Beautiful brown. There we go. Now we need black. All right, let's color that in. Lovely in black. Look at that. It's so pretty. All right, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do red right here super fast while we've got it here. Oh, fabulous, fabulous. Okay. Then we're gonna need our orange. We can do the 0.5 for an orange, which is lovely. Let's get that orange in there. Lovely. Look, it's so pretty. I've never had to draw on video for anyone before or have anyone generally watching me. This is the first time I've invited anyone into my process. So hopefully I'll get better at doing this as I go. Be a lot less awkward and dumb about everything. All right, now we need green. Let's see, do I prefer the 0.5 or the 0.7? I think I prefer the 0.5 green. The Uni brand are really good. I like them a lot, and I would have more colors in them if it was at all possible. I have what is available that I can use. I wish Uni would offer a wider variety in the 0.3, but I would settle for a wider variety in the 0.5 as well. But honestly, most of the color pencil colors for mechanical pencils come in the 0.7, 0.9, and 2.0 range. That seems to be where they mostly settle. Which is, you know, frustrating, but you roll with it. Okay, we need a good deeper blue, so we're going with the 0.7 for that one. Welcome to Art with Aster, where none of it makes sense. She doesn't know what she's doing, and neither do you. I think it might be better live, though. Like, if I had someone actually interacting with me, it might balance this. Insanity, I feel like I'm in the middle of. All right, now we need some lovely violet for the last bit of that pride flag there. I think it's coming along lovely. Ah, fuck! Breaking my lead left and right. And yes, I know it's because of the way I load my lead. You don't need to comment on it. I know it's my fault. Doesn't make me happier about it. All right, we have that lovely. What color should we make that unicorn horn, do you think? Let's start by making that unicorn horn yellow. And the dinosaur should be, I think maybe this lovely teal. I think a teal would be cute. Yay. So now we're gonna draw the tail and hope I don't hate it the moment I do it. Oh, I kind of do. Too late now. Too late now. We hate it. We're still going. Okay. I'm gonna color this cutie little dinosaur and hope I can make it happier again. 'Cause, ooh, I feel like I picked the wrong color. Oh no. Oh no. This is not what I want. This doesn't look good at all. Oh. Oh, you're ugly. You look sad. It looks sad. Why does it look... Is it because it's blue? Let's add some green. That's what we do? Okay, that's not so bad. It's working out. Maybe some... A little bit of green lowlights will do some wonders here. In the meantime, we'll just... This lead is breaking everywhere. It's only a matter of time before it smudges the art. Okay, that's looking cute. That's not so bad. Let's put in this tiny little teal really quick, though. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay. Alright, here we go. Kind of give it a little bit of a greenish blue tint. And then I want a little more green tint, honestly. I feel like he wants to be a happier little dinosaur. For those of you keeping score, I'm sure the dinosaur has been a they and a him, and I'm sure it'll be a her by the end of this if it hasn't already. This dinosaur is in every dinosaur. Tail down the neck. We're mostly just adding it for the highlight areas. Kind of add a iridescent effect almost, which is nearly impossible working with colored pencils, but there you go. All right, now we gotta get that fabulous bed head done, then we'll do that tent pole and we'll call it good. Oh, we need a little orange shading though on that horn. We'll do that last. This looks like a good color for some of that bed head there. Might as well make it a self-portrait of sorts. Nice hot pink. Here we go. But towards the ends, we're blue towards the roots right now. Pretty much any bed-headed art, you can kind of figure out what period I drew it in based on how the bedhead is portrayed. Could you not break just for like one single time? Could you just not? Okay, that's cute. I think it kind of overshadowed the pink a little though. Add back some pink here. There we go. I think that's pretty good, actually. I like that. I like it. You turned out cute. We had our differences. Yes, we did. But, you know, I think overall you turned out adorably. Of course, we haven't finished yet. There's still plenty of time for me to mess this up. Okay, here we go. Let's give a little bit of careful unicorn shading to our little horn here. Ooh, that's difficult, but we'll highlight it out later. With the pen, we'll just draw more attention to it. And let's see, what color should we make the pole? Probably brown as well. Nice brown, black pole. There. That turned out so cute. Now we just need to like redo the horn so it stands out a little. Because I feel like it kind of got lost in the bed head and everything else. Make a few other lines going on so it doesn't stand out as a line that got redid. Just kind of whoosh around everything, tighten it up, make it all cute. Try not to mess it up at the last second. All right. Right, right. No messing it up. No messing it up. You're not allowed. Not allowed to be messed up. You look beautiful and you're gonna stay that way. Okay, okay, okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. This is fantastic. Okay. We'll leave like the little flag inserts the way they are. All right, now for like the hardest part of the art is signing it, because I am absolutely about to mess this up signature wise. Like, you want the signature to look all cute and perfect, so you get in your head and you get all messed up and then you sign it wrong. Here we go. But here you go. There it is. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. All right. Thanks for joining me on this lovely excursion into art and Esther. Join us next time for our next tiny art, where I yell at it, most likely, and all my art supplies.
I was in a really lonely place.
I was struggling a lot, and I didn't know who else to turn to.
And so I called.
But the help was there. Trevor Project was there. There was somebody who was ready to listen to me.
It was amazing finding support and having a sense of community online.
The Trevor Project is us. They are allies, friends, you, me, it is like family.
Aster's creativity never ceases to amaze me. That was unbelievably amazing. And we sold the actual art print to Autumn for 100. Like, that is just amazing. Thank you so much to everyone that donated during that. We have passed our goal. We are now at $605 out of 500. So that is just, oh, it's so good. Now, it's time to move on, and we're going to dive deep into engaging conversations about the power of creativity in the LGBTQ plus community with Sarah, who is going to be running the first of two roundtables here. The discussion is titled Creativity as a Catalyst for LGBTQ plus Advocacy, and it features some amazing people. Get ready for it. Sarah, take it away.
Hi! Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm here with a few of my favorite Threads friends, and I'm so happy that they were able to join me. If you guys all want to introduce yourselves one at a time.
I'm Sarah Elizabeth. I'm a dark romance author, and I'm bisexual. And anything that I write tends to have some sort of LGBTQ rep. So that's me. I'm from Washington State, Pacific Northwest.
I'm Ben. So I'm obviously a queer fantasy author, identify as gay male, and everything I do, right, just like Sarah, comes with a queer kind of lens towards it, mostly in the fantasy sphere. And I live in South Australia. It's very early where I am at the moment.
And last but not least, I am Matthew Nation. I go by Matt. I'm a proud gay man. I write YA fiction, and I'm just very happy to be here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. I'm so glad we were all able to connect. And just to kind of get us going, as I say, so we're a group of writers. We are all part of the queer community, and we all, kind of tie that into our work. And then just even our representation of us online. I feel like we all bring our presence and try to really, again, mine is mostly mental health and how that affects the queer community, which is why we are, doing this for the Trevor Project. So bear with me, I'm getting a little nervous, guys. But we're going to go into kind of just the role of storytelling for advocacy and how we all have, like incorporated that into our writing. So Sarah, if you want to kick it off.
Well, I mean, like you, I write a lot of, darker themes, mental health issues, and things like that. And certainly the fact that, at least half of my characters are queer have a lot to do with that. And I think that's an important issue. Um, it's already hard enough being a queer person in a non-fictional world, so it's nice to be able to, disappear into that and realize that there's people like you. So I think that's one of the most important things when you're writing this type of fiction, whether it's romance or fantasy or young adult, whatever it is.
So definitely myself, I didn't endeavor to start off writing about like grief and some mental health issues and trauma when it came to queer characters, because I wanted to avoid that and just write queer joy. However, these characters that I'm writing in my debut, which is called Dad Magic, it just came about that the main character, Brent, had some trauma in his life that he had to deal with, which might have just come from my own self, with your own trauma and just building it into and weaving it into the world. But I think as queer people, we inherently just have that trauma growing up, having to hide ourselves for so long, that when we come out finally, we can live our life joyously. Joyously? I don't know the word. It's too early for me. With joy, basically. And so I've kind of written that in the story, that the main character is now experiencing post-grief life of his dying partner, and where it goes from there, while also raising his adoptive daughter, who is living in a world where it's queer-free and happy and joyous. And so it's this big round thing of the world that I want to see, and advocate for that as well.
I think mental health issues and the LGBTQ plus community really go hand in hand, and it's very important we do talk about these things, and especially as creators. In my most recent book, Malevolence, my main character is openly gay, but he's 17, but he has severe anxiety issues, and over the course of the events of the book, he does develop addiction, as well as depression and other issues like that, which is something like Bennett mentioned. Like, we have this trauma about being who we are and have to hide who we are. So society for so long has told us, we need to act a certain way in order to fit in, and that, the ramifications of that as we grow older start to come out with, anxiety, depression. I myself deal with anxiety. I've dealt with it for years, and I've fought depression and all this other stuff. At one point, I had dealt with alcoholism. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that I felt like I constantly had to hide who I was just so I could fit into society's bubble, so people wouldn't, judge me or hurt me. And as over the years, I've, learned more that it's okay to talk about these things. Hence why I use my platform, and our host, Sarah, she knows, I post a lot about mental health and LGBTQ plus issues, because I go through it. I know other people do too. And sometimes people are shy about expressing that because they're afraid of the backlash. So I'm here to do it for you.
Yeah, and I love that. And I think that's kind of what we all are trying to do. And I think too, it's this common theme where all of us have sat down and opened, our computer, and we start writing, and all of these things pour out, and it's all trauma that we've dealt with. Like, same thing, anxiety, depression. I've lived it my whole life. And whether it's stemmed from, again, some of it is probably just built into me genetically, but then others is like, being in 8th grade and saying, oh, hey, I'm really attracted to this girl, but what does that mean? I mean, that gives you some type of a trauma. And I know people don't always think of it that way. I think people who haven't necessarily gone through it firsthand, they look at trauma as something that has to be so much to them, like, oh, you went to war and you've come back with this PTSD. And I'm like, no, like, do you know how much trauma it causes a young adult to be told you can't be who you are, you can't feel the feelings that you're feeling, to be kind of crushed down and feel like you have to hide. Of course it's going to give us trauma. Of course it's going to drive us to maybe do things that, you know, a way to cope. And it's unfortunate that that's kind of where we're at. But I think, again, I'm kind of trying to change the narrative with that. So yeah, and then, sorry, I'm, give me a second, guys. I'm just kind of, oh, okay. So we've obviously all incorporated that into our writing. And, you know, as we're doing these things, do you have like any, you know, powerful moments as a creator, or like you're doing a project that really impacted awareness and like acceptance that you're trying, you know, I mean, and again, like we're here, and I feel like this is a huge step that we're taking in that direction. But like, is there anything that you guys have like done or worked towards where you really, you know, come back and felt like this is definitely something that I know is going to like resonate with other people, and, you know, just Sarah, take it away.
Well, I think for me, like the hardest part is I haven't really dabbled much in sapphic romance yet. So, and that's a big get. But I have a lot of queer characters, and but I also don't have like the side of things, as you know, as a cis female, that maybe a gay man might, the same experiences, obviously, that a gay man might have. And I have a lot of characters who are men who are bisexual, or men who are gay. And so for me, like writing those traumatic scenes, of, you know, what they went through in their childhood. I just recently wrote one, about one of my characters has a very homophobic father, and he was grew up as a hockey player and was told, you know, he can't be gay because he'll pretty much destroy his entire career. He won't be able to go to the NHL. And you know, he's got a lot of that toxic masculinity coming off of his parents and his father specifically. And having been someone who's never dealt with that, it's nice to be able to talk to people in the community and make sure that I'm representing that properly. Because while I do identify with the queer community and feel like we've all experienced like the trauma that we all talked about, it's not all the same. And there's certainly levels of it that I think are more traumatic than others. And I want to make sure that people are feeling seen by what I'm writing, and that I'm not just, you know, putting it out there to, you know, sell a book essentially. But so that people can actually relate to it, and, you know, be part of feel like they're part of a larger community that understands what they're going through, even if we're not, you know, the same gender or the same sexuality, essentially. Because, you know, it's a spectrum, so everybody feels differently about everyone else. And we may not all have the same experiences, but it's nice to feel, even when you're reading, you know, a queer author's book, maybe you're not the same queerness as that person, but you can relate to what's going on.
I guess I'll go as well next.
Yeah.
So like, obviously I have written a world where being queer is a-okay, as they say. Like, there is no qualms. And I think a scene that I went back and just edited recently was, can I show my character cards? The orc character, Paxton, who is basically the uncle of the female lead, which is Victoria. She identifies as bisexual, and she kind of goes through this, it's a spoiler for everyone, she goes through this magical transformation, and she's trying to explain it to him, who she relies on, because he kind of raised her more than her father a little bit. We'll get into that later, maybe. She's like trying to talk about how her transformation, or her like coming out, just transforming in magic. And he's like, but I know you're bisexual, it's okay. Like, what's the issue? And I kind of delve that deeply in throughout the book, that being queer is fine. And that no one's going to get judged for being queer in this book, but they're going to get judged for how they use their magic, how they use, for good or evil, how they perceive people in a nice or bad way, that kind of thing. There is a bit of race stuff, which being a white man, I have to be careful when I do that. I delve with it mostly with the orc character, but I did take that scene out, so I might just put it in as a secret scene, because there's this backstory with the orcs versus the elves, kind of like Thank you, Lord of the Rings, for putting that one in there for me. um, so I deal with that a little bit more than I do with queer issues, only but for building Pax's character. But yeah, he's in the first like couple of lines, I basically say like, doesn't this person know I'm from Pax's point of view, doesn't this person know I'm gay? Shouldn't that like deter them? And it's kind of this just big back and forth comedy section between the main character Brent and Pax, and they just, I don't know, I really like to delve deep with I'm going to say the word cattiness with gay men, where they just kind of play off each other, and really want to build a queer accepting magical world. And I figured with fantasy it can be anything you want, so that's why I went with that way. They have other traumas. They have other traumas, is what I'm trying to say. Like, not just being queer is their trauma, and I kind of just want to write what I wanted the world to be, basically. Sorry, go ahead.
So, with my latest release, Malevolence, if I'm going to be blunt, it's very topical. The plot line is very topical and timely. It's basically set in a fictional, somewhat distant future where LGBTQ plus people are persecuted for being themselves, basically, where it's socially acceptable. It's like a what if scenario if bad things that happen right now keep happening and no one stops them from happening. So I wrote this book and I was very afraid to write this book because I was afraid so many people are going to be mad at me for, calling out extremism. But I had to get this story out. I actually started writing it like 10 years ago for a writing class I did, and it sat there for years and years, and I avoided it like the plague because I didn't want to bring this up. But I'm really glad I did, because my friend, and we all as writers have that one friend that says, "Oh, I'll totally read your book. I'm getting to it. Well, she actually got to it finally. And she read it and she was just like, I didn't really realize how real this is until I read this book. I'm like, what do you mean? She said, I hear stuff on the news all the time about these horrible things that happen to people in the LGBTQ plus community and all this hatred that's towards the community, but it didn't click in my head till I read your book. Like, this is something that could actually realistically happen if no one does anything, if people don't speak up. And I'm like, well, I'm glad it made an impact. She's like, no, more people need to read this book. And I'm not trying to self-promote, sorry, but she's like, this was just very eye-opening for me as a straight person. Like, I had no idea how bad it was for you guys. And I'm glad I read this.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's a huge message. It's very important. That's kind of another topic that I wanted you kind of like tied us in there is common misconceptions about our community and in media, and how we as creatives can kind of address these, because I do think that there's that level of misunderstanding and almost not wanting to understand. It's not just being misunderstood, but not wanting to understand what we've gone through. And how do you guys kind of, it sounds like, I mean, you've addressed it, but other ways that we can address it in our writing, I think, is something we should talk about.
I guess for me, one of the things that I end up with a lot of bisexual characters in mind, because that's how I identify. So it's kind of like writing what you know. And I think that bi erasure is a real big issue with things like that. I have a husband. People don't think of me as bisexual. And if you didn't know that, they probably would think that I was straight. So, and we still get that from people in outside of the community as far as, oh, you're bisexual, but you have a husband, so you don't count, and that's a frustrating thing to go through. And I think that it's important to still have queer characters who are going through that as well, who are, like one of my main characters in this book that I'm writing right now is pansexual, and she's in a relationship with two men. But she was in a relationship previously with a woman. Like she just, gender's not important to her. And I'm waiting to see if I get pushback for that. Because, when you're bisexual like that, but you end up in a a single gender relationship. It's kind of becomes an invisible, and it's a problem. So so that's something that I think is important to be addressed as well, is making sure that everyone feels seen and represented.
Yeah, and I know you and I like great. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ben. I was gonna say, I just know you and me and Sarah relate on that topic really hard. So it's in both of our writing that we try to address. But Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely agree. I've got a lot of friends who go through the bi erasure, which is why I instilled that in the Victoria character. She is openly bi. She will, you don't hear it from her, like from her point of view per se. You hear it from the narrator's point of view, but she looks at men, she looks at women, and whoever she finds attractive in that, it will be said. For me, I wanted to delve into kind of the other tropes that gay men don't really get seen in public media, which is like fatherhood. So that was a big one for me. I mean, I'm not a father, but I have helped my mum raise my two younger brothers throughout my life when they were very young, and I do have a dog. I can't show her right now. So I consider myself like a parent, and it's kind of like dealing with growing up younger and being forced to be a father kind of story as a gay man, and what does that mean? Which, when you read the book, you'll see. But I definitely feel that as queer people, especially bisexual people, they get erased a lot very easily in media, and it just gets shoved to the side. If you're in a straight presenting relationship, you don't count, like Sarah said. And I think that is just, we need more representation out there to make sure that those people do feel heard, do feel seen. And I hope Sarah and anyone else who is writing that help those people to feel seen and to feel heard.
So I agree with the biphobia thing. Like I will be openly honest, like for a long time I didn't fully understand bisexuality. I was ignorant to the topic. My best friend is bisexual and she mostly dates men. So I'm just like, oh, okay. I didn't think nothing of it. But then she, I've educated myself since then. Like I acknowledge my past ignorance and I've educated myself. But which is funny because we as the community can also be ignorant to other people within our own community. Like I get a lot in my life, people, straight, gay, bi, etc., who walk up to me, they talk to me. Some people say, oh, I knew you were gay the moment I met you based on how you act. Okay, not offended. It is what it is. What offends me is people who walk up to me and say, you're gay? You don't act gay. I get that a lot. I'm like, how am I supposed to be acting? I'm sorry. Like, I'm not sure what you mean by that. And it's not just straight people. It's gay people too. It's bisexual people. It's pansexual people. Like you don't act gay. Like, what is that supposed to mean? Am I supposed, what is your expectation of gay based on your history? Like, what do you want me to be? I am who I am at the end of the day. Like, I'm not going to adjust myself to fit into your definition of what gay is. So there's, like I love our community very much. I'm just saying that I myself and several other members of the community, we have our own ignorances to things within our own community, and that's okay. That's why I try to educate myself when I don't understand things. And if someone doesn't understand, I don't argue with them. I just simply say, hey, this is how it is, and based on my point of view, because I'm not a confrontational person by nature. If someone leaves a negative comment about something, and I get a lot of negative comments, especially during Pride Month, I try not to be antagonized. I try to educate. I know it falls on deaf ears 90% of the time, but that's okay. I just want to show that I want to be on the right side of history when people look back and see these things.
Yeah, no, of course. And I mean, I think that's really important. And I think that's something too is that I've noticed about our community is, yeah, no, we don't always, we're not always right. We don't always know everything. We don't, but I think there's a level of, well, let's try. Let's try to understand where they're coming from or how they feel. Let's educate ourselves so that we can make sure everybody in our community feels seen and heard and accepted and understood. And I mean, like Sarah and we're both in straight presenting relationships. And it is that whole, it's just hard sometimes to explain it to people. And again, like I grew up where, I was young when I kind of I shouldn't say came out, but people knew I was dating a girl, and it was like a party trick. They're just like, oh, guess what they're doing. And I'm like, oh, it's not for fun. And to your point of like, how are we supposed to act? Well, like I actually care about her, and now you guys are kind of just trivializing it, and it hurts. And so yeah, I think again, just kind of trying to talk out about it and get people to understand that these are very real feelings that we're all going through, and we don't always understand them ourselves. Like you might start feeling a certain way, and it can take you years to understand what that one feeling was in your youth. But yeah, so let me see what like. Oh, well, this is a good one. What ways can creative collaborations amplify the impact of LGBTQ advocacy? And I know some of us, I mean, we're here right now, but Sarah.
Say the question again. You kind of broke up.
Collaborations and how like
Oh,
together.
Yeah. So I think that Sarah and I have done a few collaborations this month as far as social media posts, and we have a project coming up where we're doing kind of a character crossover. Apparently our characters are in the same universe, which we randomly decided one day, but we identified as that because we not only do we have very similar writing styles, which helps a lot, but we have very similar views on queer issues, and the types of characters we have are somehow so similar, even though they've never, we obviously created them in separate brains. So I think that I think it's really helpful to get those 2 points of views, and work with each other and show people that we're all kind of on the same page, and we're all trying to be supportive of one another through different ways, especially as a creative. And it's the same thing with who designs the person who designs my cover, or the person who edits my work. Like they have to have a certain understanding of what I want to represent, and what I how I want the world to see my books. And that I think that having someone who's if not an ally, a queer person is incredibly valuable, so that they so that collaboration meshes well, and you kind of get your point across in a very in a good way.
Definitely agree with the editors and any other collaborators. I always strive to try and find, and which has been a struggle to find someone who is, this is all because this is a prejudice, my kind of queer editor. So I need someone who understands as much as I do about the queer community, not just say it in their website or that I'm queer friendly. An ally is great, obviously, like we want more allies, but I want someone who has lived through the queer experience to understand where I'm coming from, so they understand. So my editor, they don't want to be named, is as a queer person and also Australian, so we really get along really well, so we can kind of understand. And that was an important thing too, because obviously I have an Australian perspective which would differ, in my opinion, to an American perspective of queer, growing up queer in Australia versus growing up queer in America. So it was really important that I was able to get someone like that. And now that I have found that person, we kind of just chat every day, which is awesome. And we've now built this big friendship around it. And now they've become my editor, and it's really good. And I'm really excited to collaborate with that person to push my work to the next level. But when it comes to even social media, I haven't really collaborated yet. Would love to. Would be awesome. Anyone out there who wants to, I'm free. So, but I do really think it's important. Like even with my cover art, as I went with Miblat, because to me at the time when I was getting the design, I saw that they're from Ukraine, and that was important for me at the time to make sure they were getting. So I've got this like political lens always, especially because of my day job, that I want to make sure that those, even if they're not queer, do get some support as well. So I'm always trying to make sure I work with the right people that fit with me, and that's an important thing. I think for most people should strive for as well, and they should be politically nuanced. Nuanced. I'm sorry, I've only had one coffee. I need more. um,
You're fine.
yeah, yeah. So I believe that's very important for us as writers as well, because we are putting our work out there. That we make sure we have the right people working with us.
I completely agree with that. Collaboration, especially in our community, is needed now more than ever. Just especially because we all have our points of view, we all have our identities and our thoughts on things. But like I think it was Sarah had mentioned earlier, we're not always right about the way we look at things. So collaborating with all the right people to make things happen, to get our message out to the world is important. It shows a united front. With my last book, I had to write a trans character. Well, I didn't have to. I chose to write a trans character because I wanted that representation within the book, because the trans community is so important to the LGBTQ plus community, and they are going through a lot right now. And my friend, who had recently come out as a trans woman, I again, I going back to my own ignorances, I didn't fully understand what it meant to be trans, and I wanted to get it right. I wanted to portray this character, while as small of a character as this character may have been, I wanted to make sure I did not do it wrong. So I interviewed her for over an hour, like saying, okay, so tell me what it's like to be transgender. When did you notice? When did you realize you were transgender? Like all these very deep personal questions." And she was perfectly fine with it. She's a very open person, but it's because I wanted to make sure I got the representation right. And I'm glad I did that, because she read the book and she said, "Nailed it. Thank you." She's like, "The whole 5 pages that character's on screen, you did good." I'm like, "Okay, awesome." But yes, collaboration in this day and age, especially with everything going on in the world, is super important. Not just as LGBTQ plus community people, but as writers too, because writers are always looking for to get out there for the public to see. We're always looking for our next reader, and we can't do that without the support of other writers. Because a year and a half ago, I had 200 followers on Instagram. Now I have almost 2,000, and majority of them are our fellow authors and creators and marketers and cover designers and all these different people in the writing community. And because of that, I've done well for myself, and I'm really glad. It's how I ended up meeting Sarah, our host, through one of the follow parties that they had on Instagram, and I'm great. And this right here wouldn't happen if I hadn't have done that.
Actually, I was gonna say that me following you is not a follow party. Your humor that you
Oh,
use, it you'd always post things that obviously are um very informative, but also like you had a lot of jokes and like your memes and stuff, and I was like, he's in my brain.
okay.
So I was like, all right, and I had to follow. You're actually once I joined like writer threads or whatever, you're one of the first people that I found and started following. So I've been following you for a bit. It just took me a little to like chime in, because people don't think it, but I am very, very shy. But everything you were saying kind of brought me to uh like how to be respectful in our representation, and kind of, where do we find that balance between creative expression and making sure that we're respectful. And I think what you were talking about is making sure we're representing everyone, and even if that's not, how we identify, is really important. And this might be a little bit of a hot topic, but I've seen some out there that are like, well, no, if you can interview and then portray my story really well, even if it's not your story, I'm all for it, because there may be people out there that, yeah, they have a story to tell, but they don't have the voice to do it. And I think it's really beautiful that we can maybe find those people and help them to tell their stories in a respectful way. But then I have other people who are like, well, no, they should tell their own stories. And I'm like, it's a really fine line, because yeah, I mean, you have both sides. And where this ties in for me, where I kind of am like, I don't know, And if this is more on the mental health side of things, I'm bipolar. And growing up, I have bipolar, an aunt and uncle, and I kind of knew, like I kind of knew, and I was terrified because bipolar disorder in media is very, very villainized. And so now I've been asked, well, do you think someone who's not bipolar could write a bipolar character? And I'm like, I guess it would really just depend, because I've seen it done by people who aren't bipolar and know it's not done well. So we'll move on from that little tangent of mine. But yeah, like Sarah, I guess, how do you feel? Like, where do you find that line between, respecting, like, whoever your characters are, and then our creative expression to do that?
It's definitely a fine line. I mean, it's the same type of thing, as a white woman, you're writing, and if you want, to have color in your writing too. You don't want to just write about a bunch of white people, and it's the same line that you're dancing there. It's like, do you how do you represent people, and represent them in a respectful way without you know uh taking advantage of like what they've been through and the trauma that they've gone through and things like that. And definitely, I think it's a little bit different with or with queer representation, because like I said, to some extent we're all traumatized in some sort of way growing up, especially people from the Gen X and elder millennial generation, because it was so taboo to be homosexual, or to have any sort of sexual orientation other than straight. um, so I think that it's a little bit easier to get in that headspace, because we've all been through some sort of trauma. But yeah, I mean, I think that having friends across the spectrum really helps. Like, being part of a group with Ben and Chris and Sarah, like we chat all the time every day, and I can be like, okay, I wrote this, from the perspective of a bisexual guy who went through a really traumatic experience, like from because he was attracted to men. Like, is this like how this should be represented? Um and it's nice to be able to bounce it off of people and to interview them and to make sure that that it's not gratuitous, or that it doesn't feel like you're taking advantage of it for the story. Because it's not just about the story and the money or whatever. It's certainly not the money. but but yeah, it's definitely a fine line that we walk to make sure that if we are putting diversity in our books, that we're doing it well.
Definitely. I was in the old school of thought that you could write anything you want, which I do still agree in some aspect, but I feel like you can write anything you want with the right research, with the right talking to the right community, making sure you get the right views, and not taking advantage of, like you said, of their trauma. As a white person, who is politically involved enough, that I'm very aware of that my whiteness will, if I start writing a character of color, that I can be perceived a certain way. So I make sure, if I am writing a character of race, which I have done with fantasy races, that is not done from just my own lens, that I try to research as much as I can possibly. But when it even comes to queer characters, I think there has been an influx of, you see it everywhere on social media, 50-year-old women who are straight, identifying as straight, writing gay characters just to get into the market. And I'm like, I do agree you can write what you want, but as long as it's done with, proper research, there's no problem with it. We do need those stories out there. People do have gay and queer friends, and they may want to write a story for their friends. And if it gets like, I can't say I write queer characters. I started not writing queer characters because I was afraid to write queer characters, because I was like, oh, I can't do that. I want to try and sell books, but I'm not going to sell books. I'm obviously selling books, but I'm not going to be. I want to sell the story, and I want to write the story for the people out there who grew up and weren't represented. But yeah, you can write what you want, just do the right research.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. That, and going back to Sarah's point, that fine line, it's so fine that it's almost not even there at this point, because it's like I look at, I won't name any names, but movie studios, like especially way back in the 90s and 80s, or 90s and early 2000s, when they were actually starting to introduce queer characters into movies and such, there was a very white straight male version of said queer characters in these movies and TV shows. And it, like, growing up, like, I didn't know better. I didn't know any other gay people at the time, well, that were at least open about it, so I just assumed that was the norm. And then you go out in the real world and there's a whole plethora of different personalities and ideas and all this stuff, and I'm like, and even today they have, when a movie has a token gay character, there's nothing more irritating to me. Just they're just there just because they wanted to be diverse. Okay, that's great, but you need to actually put time and effort into making them actually diverse and unique and stand out from the crowd. Don't make them just the token character just to appease people who are mad at you because you don't have enough queer characters in your stories. So, but so going back to, I think it was Ben's point, like the research part is so important. My mentor for the last 5 years of she's been writing for over 40 years. She's, the first thing she ever told me about writing was always educate yourself, no matter what the topic. Even if you think you know about the topic, do your research, double check, triple check, because everything changes every day. So just make sure that you pay attention to what you're writing about, because people will pay attention when they read your stuff. It's important that you get things right, no matter how trivial it may seem.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I do agree with that, because there are things that sometimes I think you go back and you read, but especially, I mean, to your point, and I think we're all around the same age, and looking back at books and movies and stuff from when we were younger, I'm just like, oof, no wonder we all have trauma. Because I mean, it was rough. It was rough, and that kind of gives me into just thinking like how our role as storytellers, how to kind of create more empathy in our stories that we're trying to tell, because I do think that there was, I don't know, like sometimes I look back and I'm like, it's like, okay, well, even if you weren't being bullied or even if you weren't being teased, it was just kind of like, oh, well, just brush that under the rug. Like, we're not gonna acknowledge it. And whereas I think some people thought that was better, I'm like, no, that's definitely not a better way to handle it. So, Sarah, how do you feel like you kind of address empathy, for advocacy and your stories?
Well, I definitely agree with your point. Like, I feel like, especially, like, there was a lot of, to what Matt was saying, like, there's a lot of representation in the 90s and the 80s, when queer characters started coming out that were, the classic gay white man, pretty much, gay best friend, gay, there was just that I don't want to say trope, but just this caricature that was in a lot of movies and in a lot of TV shows, and even something like Will and Grace was guilty of it back then. And uh, and that's definitely not how it is all the time. You know what I mean? Like yeah, you might have a friend who's kind of like that, but in general, even shows like Euphoria are more realistic now, as far as like the types of the spectrum of queerness that's out there. And I think including that in my books is important. Like, even if it's just a small character, I plan on including a trans character in my current novel, even though it's kind of a first love situation. So she's not on page, she's talked about. But I think that even just having little representations like that, because who knows how many gay people we encountered or queer people we encountered in our lives and we never knew. There was all kinds of people who I have ran into since high school, and they're out now and they're happy and they're living their authentic lives, and it's great. But like, you had no idea back then because everything was just kind of like a big secret and nobody was comfortable talking about it, and I think that was really damaging. And so I think that reading a book and, people can complain that it's like, oh, all your books just have all queer characters. And I'm like, well, you'd be surprised how many queer people are walking down the street right now and you have no idea, because we don't look a certain way. We don't act a certain way. So.
I
Well,
definitely.
say Ben knows. Oh, Ben knows I've said it. I'm like, everybody's a little bit queer. So.
Everyone's. I know. I was gonna say that exact thing. Like, everyone's just a little. Even my very, very straight husband, he has a thing. Everyone has a little bit.
Yeah.
I definitely agree. There's a little bit of queerness in all of us. I watched shows like Queer as Folk, but obviously ear to the TV, volume down, because you had to be ashamed of being gay back then. And that really exposed me to obviously a different side of gay world, which was like the Sex and the City of the gays, which is just overtly gay. And it's just and it does have it. I realize it's putting the life of gayness forward. But that was revolutionary for its time. It actually showed real life characters going through things. When you compare it to someone like some shows like Will and Grace, which had the Jack character, which was the token gay joke, which I still think we needed those characters to be the bridge and the opening door. But looking back at it now, what we know so much now, it's like, okay, thank God we had those characters so we can move forward with the true representation. In my own book, I think I just incorporate everything I've learned and watched and absorbed to make sure my characters aren't perceived as jokes. And I think, like Matt and Sarah said, I do plan to incorporate a trans character, but I need to do more research. I do have some trans friends, but they're friends, and I haven't done like the research like Matt has, which I've interviewed them and find out more. So that's going to be a big undertaking next book for the sequel. But yeah, the 90s were rough for gay men. The 80s, the 70s, every year has been rough for gay men. But I really attribute shows like Queer as Folk, which if you haven't seen it, you have to. It's one of the better shows, I would say, from that time period, to really give you a kind of understanding of what gay men went through. And it was very heavily political as well for its time. Which I think it was Prop 8. I can't remember if that was a thing. Coming from an Australian who doesn't really focus too much about American politics, but they did delve into a lot of other stuff as well, which was really cool. And one of the main characters had a partner with AIDS, and you can see how they dealt with it back then to what we would deal with it now, which is kind of like you can live with it. So there's a lot of issues in those kind of shows, which I try to bring into my own work as well. In a different kind of way, sorry, like making it a positive aspect. Go ahead.
A side note, I too loved Queer as Folk whenever I was younger. I get like you had to watch it at night while mom was asleep.
Yeah.
So that was my first experience, seeing gay male on male intercourse. And it was and I'm glad it exists. And Will and Grace, to this day, my nostalgia loves Will and Grace and Queer as Folk. Yes, they have their flaws, and Jack was the token joke gay character, but I loved him, and I still love him as a character. And he's a legit. He was funny, but I'm glad those things did happen as well. But I'm just glad that things are evolving. Well, for the most part, things are evolving in media. There are still some that I mentioned that have the token characters that just exist because they want to appeal to certain people. But there are some TV shows and books, like what we're trying to do is like with authentic LGBTQ plus representation, to show that there's a broad spectrum. There's not just this general idea. We're not all the same person. Not every gay man is the same. Not every lesbian is the same, etc. So again, going back to my point, the early on stuff, yes, it was flawed, and there were a lot of issues with it. And looking back, I cringe sometimes. The first movie I saw that had an all gay cast, it was I can't tell you the title, but I can tell you I was super offended at like 14 because it was just a bunch of gay stereotypes, like they being flirtatious and promiscuous and doing drugs, and I was just like, I don't know what I'm watching, but I don't like this. But anyways, my point is, I'm glad they exist, and I'm glad things are evolving.
It's funny because, sorry, interrupt Sarah. I was just thinking that the first gay character that I really really liked was Jack from Dawson's Creek. Do you remember him? Yeah, and
Yeah.
He was gay.
Yeah,
God.
did you not watch Dawson's Creek?
I watched like the first season.
Oh
and
yeah,
then I
he
said,
ended up being like a very very great character. But I really enjoyed like the trauma that I enjoyed the trauma. But you know, I really respected the perspective that they used with him and how he came out. And I'm pretty sure it was like one of the first like guy on guy primetime kisses that they had ever done before, because it was before Will and Grace was out there or anything like that. And as someone who is about that age group too, it just kind of made me feel a little more seen. Even though it was, you know, between two guys, I was like, oh, they're actually respecting him for, you know, being afraid to come out and for being shy and for being you know, awkward about it and not and for being scared like of how people are going to react and whether or not he's going to get hurt and things like that. And they just did a good job.
Definitely. I watched shows like Degrassi growing up as well, and my partner is European, and he really related to the Marco character who went through a European family of growing up, and it was just, I think it was handled perfectly for the time, obviously. And in a teen show and putting that in there, they really have the for want of a better word, the balls to do it.
I know they had the balls, right?
Yeah, they did. So I'm glad those shows as well for young adults definitely existed, because without those shows, I probably wouldn't exist as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'm so glad that in Australia you were able to watch Degrassi because another one of my favorite shows, Marco, was my idol because he was the first authentic gay character that I had really noticed and that I could relate with, because he and the actor and I are roughly the same age. We were like, as the show was progressing, I was basically the same age group as he was. So he was kind of like a role model for me in a sense. And I know that's silly to idolize actors and stuff, but I appreciated his existence in that show because it kind of helped me get through some of my stuff, because I didn't deal with all the same stuff he dealt with, obviously, but I did deal with a lot of the same stuff. So it made it easier for me to cope. Again, mom kind of did that one. Mom didn't question so much because there were a bunch of straight people around Marco.
Yeah.
Well, I think, as I say, I mean, I think we've kind of all like had those like experiences, and then and again, it gets back to like what we're trying to do here and represent in media, and how those tiny little, you know, just the ones that were done right, the represent, and look, it's stuck with all of us. Like we've all watched these shows, like we all recognize that it was done correctly, and it gave us something. And I had a friend in high school. He was actually a year younger than me, and he was the first. I mean, he brought his boyfriend to homecoming. He didn't go to school with us, and I was just so proud of him. And I mean, I know for a fact he was like, it's because I saw that, you know, I saw something in TV that made me just think, you know what, like I'm not that different, and it's starting to, it's getting out, and it shouldn't be so looked down upon. And I just was so proud of him because I'm like, you're the only one. And I'm like, and I know a lot of people that are closeted that like would love to do it. They just terrified, absolutely terrified. So I think it's awesome that again, like media from the past slowly, you know, and now we have where we're at now. And it's, you know, again, there's sometimes like Matt said, sometimes it's kind of you're still like, but then other times it's really well done. And one thing that I also like the stereotypes, and I think Sarah and I both do this really well, is we have like the whole, well, how do you know if they're gay? How do you know if they're bi? Like some of our characters are very, very manly men that nobody would look at. And I think what we're trying to do is point that out. Like we don't all like, yeah, just because I present a certain way or they present a certain way or they dress a certain way doesn't mean that they don't feel the way that they feel inside. And I think that's so important because we are trying to educate and say, hey, listen, like, don't just put everybody in these boxes of, yeah, Jack and for like grades. It was different for everybody. So I feel like we're all doing a really good job at that.
Definitely. I have a lot of male characters in my book that are, you wouldn't say they're gay, But that's because I'm in my world where I'm not queer enough for the queers, not straight enough for the straights kind of thing. So I dabble in both kind of thing. But my men, I write men that I would find desirable as well. So, but they are just queer men, and I see those men everywhere, in media now as well, especially, and then even in real life.
There was something Matt said. I feel like this will probably be kind of the last thing we hit before we wrap up, but you had mentioned a show, and I can't remember. I don't know. I don't think you named it. But the over sexualization of queer characters. I think that's really important. Because as somebody who is demisexual, but very much aware that that means that umbrella is very broad and it's different for everybody. And people meet me, and I am very flirtatious. I am very one to point out like an attractive human being. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go home and sleep with every single person that I hit on at the bar. And I think that's something that is so, it's everybody assumes that like we're all just out there, you know,
doing
getting it
things.
in like every chance we get, and it's not true. So whoever wants to take it from there, because I'm starting to blush. But
No, I totally agree with you. I'm the same way. I love everybody. Like, I swear to God, I fall in love 3 times a day, especially on Threads. Like, people are just amazing. And it took like it took my husband a long time to understand my personality even before we started dating, because he's like, well, you were flirting with me, but you were flirting with him. And I was like, yeah, but I obviously ended up with you, and it's fine. So it's like we do go through that where we're like, oh, you're queer, well, you're probably a whore. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, it's just something that comes up. And one of my characters is also demisexual, and because it's such a wide spectrum, and he would probably be very straight presenting if you met him in real life. Like, that's just like Ben said, I write characters that I'm attracted to, and he's kind of a moody, very hot Canadian guy, and that's my type. What can I say? And so but at the same time, like, he's literally slept with one person because he had so much trauma, and he feels like he can't do that unless he has a connection with whoever he's with. And I think that having that representation is super important, because we're not all, sleeping with every single person that we, wink at. Sometimes we just enjoy people, and it's okay to be, friendly, and it's okay to, love everybody. And it doesn't necessarily mean that, you want to take them home, like Sarah said. So I think that making that clear is, especially when in fiction, because you can get in the characters' heads, you can see like what their thought process is like, and understand like why they're acting a certain way towards someone, but maybe that's not the person that they're going to end up with. So
Agreed. There is an over sexualization of queer characters. I think there is a place for it, in a sense that we can do it authentically. So that's what I strive to do. But my main character, he's kind of going through a second chance at love phase. So he's getting all these men attracted to him. Maybe I secretly want men attracted to me. Maybe that's where it comes from. But so there is that undertone of that he's having, sex, and at 35, who isn't having sex? But I don't want to overly sexualize my characters either, and just make that the point of the book. However, then I've got this beefy or geeky guy who is something I'm attracted to, and I can't help but write character as well. So kind of I'm doing this balancing act of it, and making sure it's not done inappropriately, but done with purpose.
Yeah, over sexualization in media and stuff, about especially gay men, most of all, back in the 90s and 2000s. When I came out to my mother, we had the talk. It wasn't just, we had the talk previously when she thought I liked girls, but then we had another talk when she found out I liked men. Her response was, just so you know, men are pigs. So make sure that he's wearing a condom, or you're wearing a condom, that awkward conversation. Like, we're not getting into this. But then she's like, well, Matthew, I don't want you to get AIDS. I'm like, oh my God, Mom, not every gay man that has sex automatically gets AIDS.
Yeah.
That's also a stereotype that was pushed into people's brains for my mom's generation, like way back in the day when it was super offensive to be gay. Like, oh, the 80s came around and everyone who's gay is getting AIDS. That's a misconception, like the over sexualization. And like I said, don't get me wrong, my mom had good intentions. It's funny looking back on it, but it's sad at the same time because that thought was implanted in her head that because I was gay, I was going to get AIDS from having sex with another man because what society taught her. And that's just something that I'm glad that we're striving away from for the most part.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I think that's why we're all here, right? To kind of
Right.
try to change that stigma. Like, yeah, let's change the narrative, change it around, and just kind of show that, yeah, we're all different, and we all make up this beautiful community. And like Sarah said, our threads crushes, and I'm like, because everybody that I've met is so genuine and open and accepting. And I had like one person kind of be like, well, you don't know them in real life. And I'm like, okay, but you don't communicate, like we talk, it's gone beyond that. And I'm like, we're all here. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing that we're all out there on this platform trying to make change. And then we're all here together. Like, you guys agreed to do this with me. And I'm super grateful that you did, because I think we all covered a lot of great topics and how important it is. So yeah, and I think like, so Chris doesn't yell at me. We're like done, guys.
OMG, yay.
Yay.
Yeah, like this was great, and I had so much fun, and I'm so glad that you guys, jumped on with me. And I don't know. I think Chris, hopefully, I just like stick here, and then yeah, I'm introducing what's coming next. You guys, I'm the worst. Chris is never gonna let me host ever again, because I can't even. Is he there? No, he's probably not there.
It still says he's muted, so I'm not sure what he's doing.
It's probably his cat.
Can I? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I know we're all wrapped up, and thank you guys again. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're not wrapped up. Oh yeah. I missed that part.
I need
sorry.
that repeated. Sure. So I'm on Instagram and Threads. This is where it gets funny. On Threads, I'm Ben_J_Twig. And then on Instagram, I'm Benjamin Twig Writes. And I'm there all the time because I don't sleep. Yeah. And I'm on Discord. If I ever get added to a Discord, I'll jump in every now and again. But those are the places where you can find me.
Which one? Oh, okay. I'm on Instagram, Threads, Facebook. I'm Sarah Elizabeth Author, and that's Sarah no H, Elizabeth with an S. Chris. You misspelled my name on the promo. I also have my website, sarahelizabethauthor.com, and yeah, I'm on social media. I'm on Discord sometimes, but I have no idea how to use it very well. So
All right, I am on Instagram, Threads, Facebook, TikTok. Username is Matthew Nation Author. All one word, all undercase. Lowercase. Sorry. If you want, you can also follow my author page on Amazon, and you can also be friends with me on Goodreads, so we can find out what we're reading together.
I failed. I got a big fat F on this. Okay. I can't see. Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry, Chris. All right. So next we have a series of segments featuring some incredible LGBTQ plus allies. These segments showcase their support and contributions to our community. First up, we have the dynamic duo from the Inks and Lattes podcast, Eva Crow and DJ Blacksville. I knew I was going to mess that up. They bring fresh perspectives and engaging conversations to the table.
Don't change that dial. It's time for your go-to source for all things entertainment and caffeinated. Now give it up and welcome to the stage, Eva and DJ.
I'm DJ Bloxa.
And I'm Eva Crow.
And we're from the Inks and Lattes podcast, part of the Creative Coffee Cafe Discord network. We're here to support the Trevor Project fundraiser and talk about how to be an ally for the LGBTQ plus community.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about a few things today, just basically, like DJ said, what you can do to be a supportive ally to the community. It's such a weird thing to try to put into words, I feel like sometimes. I actually spoke to a friend of mine and asked him, what does it mean to you to have someone be an ally to the community? And basically his thought on it was not just supporting people within the LGBTQ plus community, but being vocal and about that support, because so many people can just say, oh, I support the LGBTQ plus community, and it's so easy to just say that, but doing the little things like showing the support to your friends and your family and your coworkers within the community can go a really long way, I think.
Yeah, I gotta say one thing that, because we talked about how to be an ally, and I'm not someone that likes to go around saying that I'm an ally, because it's like you said, it's easy to say that kind of thing, but to me, I'd rather actually just show it and just kind of like live the life so that people know that I am an ally in that kind of sense. And so a lot of that is, I believe one of the biggest things to me for being an ally in that kind of sense is the action, taking action. One thing actually I was just reading, because I was doing some research about all right, what is some good ways to be that? And one thing that really kind of hit me is, so we have the privilege of just being able to be who we are without having to worry about what people are going to say with that kind of thing. So to me, I just don't have that experience. And so to me, it's kind of like where we just have to look at our privilege and use that to help other people out of the LGBTQ community out that way, and use the advantage we have and get down and dirty, take chances, because they have to do that all the time. We don't have to do that. So I think in a way that what I'm getting at is being a good ally is taking those chances, going out there, being vocal about it in the sense where you're supportive of that, and not caring what anyone's going to say about that, because that shows that you're actually a supporter. You're taking that chance, being like, hey, I am a supporter in that kind of sense. And I know it's not the same as it is for the actually LGBTQ community. I know that's not even close to the same kind of risks, because we don't have to actually live with that kind of stigma of being that person. I figure at the very least, being vocal and vocally supportive, and taking those risks in like a workplace, like saying, like, if you see someone being discriminated against, say something, do something.
Yes.
Like, sure, you're taking a chance, especially like if you're in a big group and they're not going to be supportive of you. Like, well, that's what LGBTQ plus community, that's what they go through all the time, every day, having to take that risk, having to take that chance. So I think it is beneficial for us to be like, we have to take that chance if we're going to be supportive, if we're going to be an ally.
Yeah, I think that is a really, really good point, is being vocal about it, especially when you're surrounded by people who are not so accepting of the community, and people are afraid of what they don't understand, and just opening up that line of communication, I think, can be really effective. And there's lots of ways to get involved with the LGBTQ plus community. Searching out LGBTQ plus owned businesses is a really, really great way to show your support for the community. Things like supporting your local legislation that is in favor of LGBTQ plus communities. There's a lot of stuff going on with the world of politics, and we won't get into the politics, but because nobody wants that. But there's a lot of things that are looking to diminish the LGBTQ plus community when it comes to politics and legislation, and being vocal on how much you disagree with those things and actually going out and voting against those kinds of legislation is a really important thing as well to being an ally. Like, put your money where your mouth is, go out, vote for those things or vote against those things if they're against the community. A lot of that stuff goes a really long way. And then I think a really simple thing is getting to know what the people in the community experience. We all know someone who is in the community, coworkers, friends, family members, all of the things, and really listening and understanding what they go through. I mean, I have friends in the community that their family has no idea that they are gay or queer, whatever you want to call it, all of the things. And then also, I want to touch on too, also supporting the whole thing with gender. That is a really big one as well that I think people really need to be vocal about being accepting of.
I think one small thing actually that can go a big way as far as that's concerned, and again goes back to like letting people know that you support that, is stating your pronouns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's just a small thing that you can do, and just being like, because then it shows to those of the community, like, hey, I'm with you in this kind of environment that we have right now. I feel like that's a little thing that they can go a long ways to show people that you're supportive of that. But that goes back now to another way where you can supportive is just like, you just love everyone in that kind of sense, no matter who they are. And that goes back to the mindset too, in that kind of way. And another thing I was going to add too is it's not about us as allies. It is not about us. It is about them. And so even if I make a mistake, I will own up and I'll just be like, yep, okay, I'm sorry about that. And I'm not going to get offended because it's not about me.
Yeah, and like you said with the whole pronouns thing, don't be afraid to ask someone their pronouns. They would rather you ask than to assume, because that is a big thing for people in the community, to have their pronouns recognized and accepted. And so even just asking can go a really long way to making people in the community feel supported and loved.
I definitely agree with that one. And actually, yeah, that's honestly a better way of doing it than actually saying it, but actually asking it, because then it makes them feel more comfortable too, I guess, in that kind of sense. I suppose it depends on the environment too, because you don't want to necessarily have to out someone either in that sense, maybe.
Right. Like, it's one of those things where if you're comfortable with people in the community and you have a nice rapport relationship, whatever, but just if you meet someone that's in the community, most of the people that I've come into contact with that I know in my personal life have always told me that they would rather people ask than assume and be wrong, because it's such a personal thing and it has so much to do with their identity and who they are, that they would much rather just have you ask.
I'm still learning a lot of this stuff myself, so.
Yeah, and that's a big thing of it too, is like a lot of people feel like, if they weren't, like you said, you weren't really exposed to that kind of stuff growing up, but you're making the effort now. And that's an important thing, I think, is that it's never too late to be accepting and love all people. And people in the LGBTQ plus community deserve the love and respect that all of us do. And then I just want to add really quickly as well that there are lots of ways to get involved. The Trevor Project, if you go to their website, www.thetrevorproject.org/volunteer, you can find all kinds of ways to get involved with the organization. There's lots of great things that you can do if you want to get involved, and just be involved in the community, immerse yourself in the community, and just that's it basically.
Yeah, okay, that's all the time we have now, so please Help save the lives of LGBTQ plus youth by donating to the Trevor Project, the leading suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for the LGBTQ plus young people. This is DJ Blockstyle
and Eva Crow
from the Inks and Lattes podcast, signing off. Thanks for listening. Have a good day.
I was in a really lonely place.
I was struggling a lot, and I didn't know who else to turn to.
And so I called.
But the help was there. Trevor Project was there. There was somebody who was ready to listen to me.
It was amazing finding support and having a sense of community online.
The Trevor Project is us. They are allies, friends, you, me, it is like family.
Thank you so much, Eva and DJ. You two are amazing. And yeah, we're just going to do a quick recap here. We're at $690 raised, and I'm stunned and I'm going to cry. It's amazing. Next up, we have a special interview again with Sarah, and this time with Tom, a talented writer and lore-rich dark fantasy. Sarah sits down with Tom for a fantastic discussion about writing, being an ally, and everything about it. It is an amazing, amazing interview. I very much enjoyed this one, and I know you guys will too. So here we go.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm here with Tom. How are you, Tom?
I'm very well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on, and thank you for joining us for our event, the Creative Coffee Houses. We kind of just had this idea to throw this all together in a month, and I'm super excited that everybody jumped on to join us, and just a group of creatives supporting the Trevor Project, so super exciting. And you're a writer.
Mm-hmm. I am.
And I read part of your book.
Yeah, you're in the process, aren't you?
I am. Oh, you have it there.
I have.
I need to get my hard copy. I've been reading it on my Kindle because then I can take it everywhere I go. But yeah, I'm through volume 1 and started volume 2 and just kind of still recovering.
It's the end of volume 1 is pretty intense.
And so is the start of volume 2. I didn't get a break.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I think my heart was just leaping from its. I'm like, what is he doing to me?
Yeah, chapter 1 is it's right in. Volume 2, chapter 1 is I start big.
That's what it keeps us. We're sucked in. Your readers are sucked in, and I heard you won an award.
Yes, in 2022, I think, I got finalist in the International Book Awards, just for Volume 1 specifically. Before I put them into a complete edition, I published them as Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and then I decided, actually, it's kind of just one story, because I was trying to get into the publishing game. I didn't really know anything about it, and I'd read somewhere that, people... When they want books, they want between 80 and 120,000 words. That's a good range. If it's too much, then people aren't going to want to read it. And my book's 250,000 words, right? So I thought, well, I kind of need to cut this down. So let's split it into 3 separate books. But the story itself is one continuous story. I didn't feel like it needed the separate volumes. So I decided to go all in. I went with the chunky, thick volume, and so far that's done well. I prefer it to the three separate ones.
And I like that, honestly. There's a few books, I don't know if you're an Anne Rice reader, but they like combine her Mayfair Witches series into one. And I don't know if it's just on Kindle, but like the way that I have it, and I'm like, I actually like reading it all that way. And that's how I felt with your book is, yeah, and you can still take a break. I mean, just because it's all put together, you can still take a break between each volume. And I personally like it. I'm also another one who my word count gets up there, and you're just kind of like, I don't know, which is, you self-published, right?
Yes. Yeah. I did have an indie press first, but things didn't work out so well, so I left and then I went full indie, so.
Yeah. And that's, I think, the best part is we kind of have that, flexibility to do what we want. So that's my favorite part personally. And I don't have to, compromise the story. So, are you writing anything new now?
Yes, so I have 2 projects on the go right now, both in the same universe, both in the world of Nasus. So one is called Aurelian, and it is a novella, which I'm hoping to get out this year, but I keep getting such horrific writer's block. But this is the origin story of a character who is mentioned in the Age of Reckoning. It's the first king of the human race. King Arthur I. It's his origin story and how he became the first king, and about his sister that put him there, and his sister being Aurelian, who the novelist titled. That's the first one. The second thing I'm working on, the title is very secret. I won't reveal it yet, but it's the sequel to the Age of Reckoning. So I've been calling it Nasus 2 at the minute, and I'm writing it in such a way that it's standalone. It is a sequel in the timeline, but you shouldn't have to read The Age of Reckoning to be able to pick up Nasus 2. It will enrich your knowledge, of course, of the world, and there'll be a few callbacks here and there, but to enjoy the story overall, I'm making it so you won't have to read The Age of Reckoning. It's not like a requirement. So that's going to be another big volume.
Yeah, well, and that's good. I mean, I think a lot of times when you can kind of do that, so it's all in your world, but then people don't necessarily have to read in order, it's nice. I can't do that. I don't know how you do it, but I'm really excited for the prequel book, like stoked. Because I know I've told you, like, I've kind of had like my theories when I read, especially like that's my favorite part about being friends with people in the indie community, because when I read it, I take these notes and I'm like, oh my God, and I just have to and I have a lot of questions about his story, so it's super exciting to me that I'll be able to hopefully get all my answers.
Good. It's been so fun reading your theories, because you've sent me a few theories, right, that you have, and it's been like, I've just enjoyed every single one, and I'm like, interesting. No, I agree. It's super fun, and I do the same as well with author friends. And I get halfway through their book, and I'm like, "Why have you done this? I think this is going to happen." And they're like, "Well, just carry on, and you'll see." And I love that, because that's what you want, right? You want a genuine, honest reader's reaction. Like I don't want people to tell me what they think I want to hear. My beta readers need to be able to be completely honest with me and literally say, "This bit sucks, dude. Like, you need to sort this bit out." Because that's how we grow as writers, and I want people I can trust, that I know will be completely honest and won't be like, "Yeah, this is so wonderful, everything's so great," and I'm like, "Yeah, but come on, this is like a second draft." And like, there's got to be something.
Well, and I was gonna say, I mean, I do, despite what people think, that I have this like super just glitter throwing, just like could never say a mean word about anybody. I was like, I am very good about giving constructive criticism. It's just like, yes, I'm going to do it in the nicest way possible, but also it's not even that. Like, I will give you those reactions, so you know, like, if you write a romance scene, like, I'm going to let you know if that shit hit or not, like, and how good it hit, and if it didn't hit, like, I'll give you some pointers.
But I'm terrible at writing romance, right? And there is a kind of romancy plot in volume 3, but it's very, very backseat, because I really don't know how to do it, and I didn't want to I didn't want to bring it front and center and then do it badly, and then it ruins the rest of the story for me. I'm good at fantasy, I'm good at the fighting, I'm good at the battles, I'm good at the plot line. I'll just stick with what I know, and then the romance can be like a backseat kind of thing. But there's also in Aces 2 there is a more front and center romantic kind of thing. So yeah, I thanks for the tip, because I will be coming for you.
Yeah, you just have to practice. And I've told people, like, I mean, obviously romance is my jam. And so I'm like, if you guys need help, like, I can definitely kind of give, you know, pointers or whatever. And everybody writes romance different. So you're the fantasy writing. You definitely, like, blew my mind as I started reading. And I kind of fell away from fantasy for a little bit. I even, shockingly, at some point during this year, I was like, I don't think I was really ever a fantasy reader. And I'm like, were you fucking kidding, man? Like, that's all you used to read when you were younger. And so I've kind of come back to it this year, and like your book and my friend Kira's book are the two that I'm like, okay, no, you're definitely like, put all that other stuff on your like to be read list aside, because you need to focus, because it's helping me with my writing. Like you said about the writer's block, sometimes you just can't get past it. And funny enough, reading fantasy, which is completely not my genre, has actually kind of helped, because it's a certain way that you world build and certain things that you add that just kind of get me, like, my creative flow going. So what do you do to get out of writer's block?
This is going to sound terrible. I try and force it. Like, I do away with all distractions, and I stare at a blank screen for 10-20 minutes sometimes, and my brain is saying, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do it, and I'm going, you have to do this. And then I go, just write one word, just write a single word, write the next word, any word. And then I go, okay, begrudgingly write one word, and then it's 2, and then it's 4, and then it's 8, and then before you know it, I'm like, oh, hang on, this bit's really cool. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, I've got this scene. And then I'm writing the scene out, and then I'm like, yeah, and then they can do this, or could they do this, or what about this, oh wait, which one of those works better? And then I'm following through, and then I'm like, okay, I've got it, this is good. And then before you know it, I'm 2,000 words down, and I'm like, I did it, I finally did it. But then I have to have that fight like every time I write at the minute, which is getting pretty exhausting. But I mean, I wrote the short story not long ago. I wrote Lily's Music, which I recently released to my Buy Me a Coffee page, and that was super fun. Did 10,000 words in like 3 days and edited it, and I was like, maybe that was what I needed to get back into it. And then I opened my Aurelian project, and I'm like, I'm stuck. It's like, I just need to do it. Like, it's terrible advice, but that's what works for me. I just do it.
I mean, if it works for you, that's obviously, you go with what works. It's like peer pressuring yourself to get shit done, but
basically, the reward system doesn't work for me. I'm like, oh, you can have some candy if you do this, and I'm like, I'm just gonna get some candy anyway. Who are you to boss me around? Me?
Yeah, see, and I'm the same. I have to jump. Like, if I get stuck on one thing, then I'll just go jump to something else, which it kind of sounds like you did when you wrote the short story, is just kind of put yourself into something else, and then that hopefully motivates you to go back. So I just follow the inspiration, I guess.
It definitely does make you feel less guilty as well, though, because you're writing still. So you're like, yay, I've actually written some words rather than done nothing for 6 months. Like.
Yeah, and I always tell everybody, I have my writing club, I'm like, if you wrote 300 words today, that's 300 more words than you had yesterday. Like, don't get into your head about it, because sometimes it's just not going to come, and then you'll wake up one day. I mean, and my words will wake me. Like, I will be in my sleep, and then I feel like I don't actually sleep. I feel like when I sleep, I go to my world, and then they're talking to me, and then they're like,
I love that for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody kind of knows that. Us in the writing community are a little bit nuts.
Yeah, definitely.
We're totally. I mean, I'm sure you feel it. We're not writing the story; they're writing the story, and just we're scribing it down. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you have those moments where it goes? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think I was just going to answer the question you were going to ask. It's like, yeah, I definitely do have moments like that where. If you saw my plan for the Age of Reckoning complete story, and you now read it, you'd be like, "This is 2 fucking separate stories. What is going on here?" Like, you read the plan, you're like, "Who the hell is Jasper? Someone who doesn't even exist in the final cut." And then there's characters who are do exist, and there was like, well, this person was supposed to die in volume 1, but they've made it to volume 3. What have you, like, I'm like, hey, look, I just took a backseat and they drove, and I occasionally shouted, watch out for the cliff to steer them back on course, but they took the wheel. And you know, I love how it turned out. It's just as surprising to me when I'm writing as it is to someone who's reading it. Like, I don't know what the next scene's going to be. I'm just writing it and I'm like, oh, wow, that was interesting.
Are you a pantser or a plotter?
I tried being a plotter, and I mean, I'm more of a plantser because I have to have a loose plot. I have to have something, some guidelines, but I have one sentence per chapter, because if I have any more than that, it goes too wildly off piste, and it's pointless. It's pointless planning it. So
Yeah, I feel like that's how a lot of us feel that are pantsing, because it's like you start it, and I mean, I guess, I don't know, your books, you know, it spans a lot of time, so I feel like probably even just to have like a timeline of, you know, keeping in things in check to make sure that they fit for consistency. But yeah, I can imagine writing that long of a story, you're just kind of followed where the inspiration took you, for sure.
yeah, absolutely. I think famously, wasn't Enid Blyton a answer? I read once that she apparently used to sit in her armchair with her eyes closed, visualize the story from start to finish, and then write it. I don't know if that's true. I you know, when you read stuff on the internet, it could be from anywhere. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, no, it's probably, I'm sure somebody interviewed her and she would have, you know, given the, but I can't say that I don't do, like, my debut, I woke up on a Sunday morning with a scene in my head, and I wrote 10,000 words in a day, and I hadn't written in 10 years, like nothing.
Wow.
Nothing.
That's
And
so impressive.
it was the middle of the book, and then I just sat there and was like, how's this gonna go? And that's kind of how I write. Something comes to me and then it's just there. And I think we kind of talked about this, like all the stuff that's not in our book, but like we know it.
Yes.
And that's almost the funnest part, is knowing, I mean, you have this whole thing. I think that's the best part of being creative, is like you have this whole thing and it's almost like, this is just mine and nobody else, like, I love it.
Yes.
So
Like your own world, and it's like,
yeah,
so protective, like a baby.
It is. It's like totally, and kind of how yours did, like, which I love that. Like you start with your one story, and then all of a sudden it's just growing and growing, and I love that feeling of like I'm writing one book, and now I have three series in one world, and like one series has like 8 books roughly, and they're here. That's the problem. Like
Yeah.
I wrote 4 books last year, like finished, like
Yeah.
4 finished manuscripts, let's put it that way. And
Wow.
you can't write fast enough sometimes, to your point of like just having to put the distractions away.
Do you get overwhelmed as well? Like when you think of how much content you have for this world, and then you think how long it takes to write just a single book, and you think I'm never going to finish this ever. There's not enough hours in my life to finish what is in my head. Like it's.
No, I mean, and well, that's kind of, I think, where I go. Like I know I mentioned to you that I'm definitely like a George R.R. Martin fan, and I'm like, he really doesn't have enough to finish this. And I'm like, are we ever gonna get it? And then you kind of sit there and you think the same thing about your writing, and not that I'm comparing myself to him, but I'm just like, all right, well, I'm 34, and how many stories do I have in my head, and how fast can I get them out? So yeah, it's just, and you want to share it. Do you get nervous to have people read like your new stuff?
100%. I was so scared to release Lily's music. It became something much bigger than what it was intended to, which is why I got excited and released it early. I ended up putting so much symbolism and so many references to things I love that it became... Okay, so there's a big thing about Lily's music, right? Without spoiling it, there is something there's a puzzle in the story that nobody has yet figured out, and I refuse to tell anyone the answer, and nobody has got it right. And people are sending me messages every day about it. I'm saying, is it this? Is it something to do with this? And they're trying to piece together all the different references, and there's so many different bits that even are just 2 or 3 words that will reference something. And it just, when I was writing it, I was just like, oh my god, I can do this, and I can put this, and I can put this, and it became this whole puzzle. And the answer to the riddle is in the text, and it's only 10,000 words, and nobody has found it, and people have read it 2, 3, 4 times. Yeah, so it's so I became really passionate about that. I loved that. Yeah,
I need to read it. I know that it's like on my list of things to read, and I got a few things that I'm trying to like finish up this week to read. And so yeah, now I will be taking that challenge, and I have to figure it out because it's my favorite thing to do.
Good. Oh, I love that. But that's the thing about, like, we talked about writing, and there's not enough time to write everything we want. But it's the same with reading as well. Like, your TBR list just grows. No matter how fast you read, there's more and more and more and more. And, you know, and then you've got to fit that in with the writing time. It's just, there's too much content, and it's a bit overwhelming sometimes, but...
So I know, as I say, the short story you're referring to is part of a music like project that you wanted to put together. I know I'm still supposed to write something, and I'll get there.
It's fine. It's a very back burner thing. So,
but obviously, music's super important to you. And I know we kind of briefly talked. So, who are like top 5 favorite artists?
Oh, this answer will change based on when you ask me, like based on like time of day, and it could be anyone. I think some of my most consistent though is probably Trivium. I've been a fan of them since I was like 12, 13 years old. Matt Hafey followed me on Twitter back when I was on Twitter, and also I DM'd him and he replied. Like, that was an exciting moment where I was just like, oh, he's back. But he's a really good dude. I have a cameo that I've got from him that I got as a birthday present a few years ago as well, because he's kind of one of my inspirations in the music world, right? But yeah, there's not really a consistent favourite because it depends what mood I'm in. Right now I'm listening to Ren a lot. Because one of Ren's songs, Hi Ren, actually kind of hit me when I heard it, and I was like, damn, this guy's good, and this song is relatable. And, you know, so yeah, ask me every month and I'll give you a different vibe.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, and I definitely, it's when I'm writing and songs start to hit in that way of just, okay, this is like giving me the vibes I need to finish the story. And my book that's coming out soon is actually really based on music. Like, the whole relationship between the 2 main characters is surrounded by music. But I'm cracking up at how similar we are, because I also got a cameo for it was actually my 32nd birthday, I believe, from 303, who
nice.
I died. Like, they're just, I mean, and I know, like, super old, like back in like 2009 when I, stumbled on the scene, but I just love them. So it's exciting. But yeah, there's the amount of things that we have in common, I just keep cracking up. So
it's good. That's why we vibe. See,
there was something, and I have it sounds like you do too. I have a shit ton of projects. I think as creatives, we always have a million things going, and then we have 27 other ideas at the back of our head that are just like sitting there, and you have to go and like pick the mold off of them and make sure that they're still doing okay. But one of the things I'm trying to do is get more of my indie authors on my like pages to promote you guys, and we're kind of trying to do it in a fun way. And so we're like, we wrap this up, I need a secret, and it doesn't have to be personal, but like something that either you do while you're writing, or maybe so obviously not with the story we just talked about, because I need to figure that out on my own, but in your first novels, is there like a secret behind them, or just something like just a little juicy of like what inspired it, or again, or it can be personal. But
Okay, there is a secret. Like, not many people know this, and it's when I first started writing The Age of Reckoning in its current form, there was a spicy scene, and it was a half a page to a page, and it was in the first draft, and as I was editing and reread it, I thought, that's not good. That does not fit. I cannot write that with any semblance of modesty or any, and B, it does not fit this world at all. So I omitted it, but I do still have it because everything's on Google Docs, and Google Docs has a version history, right? So I know the date I removed it, and I can actually go back, and I did read it again not long ago, and I cringed so hard. It was so much worse than I remember it. And here's a fun fact, is the aftermath is in the final copy, but you don't know it's the aftermath unless you know that scene existed. So trying to figure out which two characters had that spicy scene is also a fun
volume is it? Can I know which volume it's in?
It's in volume 1.
Okay, so I think I know. I hope.
Because the aftermath.
So there was a part, and I don't want to spoil, but there was a part in volume 1 where I'm like, where this is, and then it didn't. I was like, so I kind of did it in my head.
Was it near the beginning?
It was.
Yeah, you probably know the place. But there was a full-on spicy scene at one point. So that's my secret.
I want to read it, obviously, and
I'll dig it out and send it to you.
Okay.
Top secret.
So that's, I guess, one more then for you, because you just brought this. Do you save everything that you cut?
Sadly not. I wish I did. I do now, but I didn't. So The Age of Reckoning was originally a story that I started when I was 15 called The Dream Shards, and I did 10 chapters and then shelved it for 3 or 4 years, and then came back to it, decided it was rubbish, took all my favourite elements, tore it down, built a whole new world, put those elements back in, and then it became Nasus, became The Age of Reckoning. And I wish I still had the original 10 chapters from the Dream Shards. Totally different story, totally different world. But I no longer have it, and I'm sad that I don't have it. But at the time I was like, this is crap, delete. But now I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I save everything. I have like separate documents with, anything I cut out, I put it in there, because like you never know when that's going to come back. And we always kind of, again, in my writing club, we try to remind each other that like, don't delete it, even if you think it's like so horrible, because you may come back to it. You can even use it for another story, because that's another thing. It's like, if it's a good scene, you can always adapt it. So not trying to rub it in that you deleted yours, because that's really sad, and I would have been really sad too. I lost an entire book of poetry from my teenage years, and just we moved, moving and whatever, and I'm like, oh God, but also I'm like, oh God, probably save the universe from that like monstrosity of angst and like black-hearted, jaded teenage Sarah.
But it became who you are now, right? It would have had some influence on your style now, and so sometimes it's good to go back and be like, oh, I can see these roots, I can see where this came from. So
yeah, I mean, I definitely still have stuff. It's I keep it to myself, but yeah, I still have things I can go back and be like, oh hey, I actually stumbled upon a diary journal from like 2008, 2007, and I was just like, oh my God.
Read the entry.
Even so, in the back, there was like, so my first love ever, there's like a really intense note from him, and I'm like, I kind of want to send it to him and be like, do you remember when you touched?
Wow.
And I'm like, I don't even know how it's in there, because at some point, like I had, I don't know how you were with did you guys write notes like to your crushes and your girl,
My the girl in school who was crushing on me, who I didn't know at the time, and I should have because the signs were all there, but oblivious as hell to anything, actually sent me a message a couple of years ago with a picture of a diary entry she wrote to her cousin about me, and it was really funny because we stayed friends for years, right? But it was really funny. She sent me this, and it was this really intense diary entry, like I'm gonna marry him, and I was just like, you wrote this? And she was like, yeah. How did you not know? I was like, I just didn't know. Like I'm so oblivious.
But insane. Like I don't know, I was just hanging out with one of my friends recently, and she was like, you were such a badass in high school. She's like, you didn't give two fucks what anybody thought, and she's like, nobody picked on you because you just like ran through the halls like, fuck it. And I'm like, I know, but deep inside I was like, ooh, gross. Like, I don't even know why people are friends with me, because yikes, man. But we all have these like fucked up preconceived notions of ourselves, and it's like then you meet people who are like, you're great like you, and I'm just like
wow.
So yeah. And that's why I'm all out here, like I said, like just raining down the glitter, because I'm like, you know what, you might totally change somebody's entire day just by being like, hey, like, I really enjoyed your story, or that picture that you just shared is super cute. I don't even know. I feel like, do you have other things that you would like to share with me?
I feel like because it's in aid of the Trevor Project and this whole event, I feel a little bit of an imposter, right? Because this event is celebrating LGBTQIA+ and all of the wonderful things surrounding that, and the Trevor Project is a fantastic cause. So I feel a bit of an imposter because I'm not part of the LGBTQ community, but I am very much in support. Like, I have family and friends who are, most of my best friends are part of all of that. Like a bit of an imposter because I'm not, and this event is all about that, right? And I was talking to Chris, and he brought up the point. He said, well, it's also important to showcase supporters as well, because we need to normalize everything surrounding this, because there's so much stigma still, and people are still targeted, and people still suffer abuse every single day for just trying to be who they are, which is fucking awful, right? Which is why we need to run events like this. We need to raise awareness. We need to do things like that. In my writing as well, in my world, it's completely normalized. No one mentions it. It's not a big deal. There's two characters who are both men, and they're married. There's one of my favorite characters, Lavana, is pansexual. It's never mentioned like explicitly, because as I say, I'm not part of that community, so I cannot tell those stories. So instead of writing, like, for example, a gay character, I just write a character who just so happens to be gay. Like, I'm not telling their story, but they are who they are, and in my world it's a completely normal thing. And it's in small things like that as well that I hope to at least have some positive influence, in making the world just better and happier, and allowing people to be who they are without fear of being judged for it. Like, it's normal in my world, and it should be normal in this world.
That was beautiful. Like, very well. Yeah. And that's 100%. Like, I think that's what we're going for here, is just, it shouldn't be something where people look and go, okay, what's going on there? What's going on here? Or having a label, or just, even label ourselves, which, I recently kind of came to, I'm like, well, I finally feel like I have a name I can put to how I feel, but I'm like, I don't necessarily feel that I need to do it. It's more for me, just so I'm like, okay, well, here we go. But I'm gonna just keep, do my thing. I personally, Ben does this. I'm like, what? Everybody's a little bit queer. Like,
yeah, I've talked about this with Ben as well, and I'm like, I cannot say I'm 100% straight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, and you shouldn't have to like justify or define it. It just is what it is. So.
Exactly. It should be totally normalized. There should be no stigma, because at the end of the day, it's who you are as a person, and nobody should feel like they need to hide or excuse who they are. Like, nobody. You are who you are, and that should be the end of any discussion. You know, there shouldn't be an opposition who'd be like, yes, well, but no, like that shouldn't. Just accept that people, like, no one's hurting anyone. Just let people be happy, right?
Yeah, and that's my biggest thing. I'm like, if it's not, and nobody's coming in, and like, if it doesn't affect you, if it doesn't do anything to, you know, hurt you in any way, why are we even having the discussion? Like, why is it just let it be? You know, it's again, it's that's just where I stand, and
100%. And you know, I personally, I don't call myself an ally because I don't feel like that's my I shouldn't be able to give that title to myself, right? That is for the people in the community to decide if I am an ally through my behaviors. It's like if someone came up to me and said, I'm your friend. Like, okay, it's not for you to decide if you're my friend or not. That's for me. I choose who my friends are, you know? And, you know, I've got nothing against people who call themselves allies. That's fine. Like, you know, you want to be able to. But for me personally, I use actions to show, and if, you know, people in this community decide that makes me an ally, I will happily take that badge. But again, that's for others to decide. That's not for me to decide for myself.
Which it is the first time I've ever heard anybody say it that way, which again, another like super well crafted, beautiful little actions speak louder than words. And if you're, you know, just be there. Like, it doesn't have to be this, I guess you don't, for me, like, I don't necessarily, again, I don't need to feel like I have the ally badge or the, you know, I mean, I am part of the community, but like, I don't need, I'm just going to do me. Like, I'm going to live my life. I'm going to live my life. And like, if you feel like I'm supporting you, great. Like, that's, but I'm doing it because I want to. Like, I'm not trying to prove something to anybody. It's just, I don't know, you know, I'm this like hippie just thrown out. A new age hippie, that's kind of what I like to think. The new age hippie throwing out love and hugs and glitter.
You would love my hometown. I am originally from Glastonbury in the UK, and it's very new age hippie, love, peace. It's very spiritual, very witchy. There's taverns, there's potion shops, there's weapon shops. It's like taking a step back in time. It's fantastic, and I miss it every day. I love it.
I am sold, so that's where we're having our threads meet up, right?
Yes, let's go to Glastonbury. It's phenomenal. It's such a magical place, really.
Might not come home, man. Like, that sounds awesome. I think I would be like, I've found where I was meant to be my whole life.
Honestly, it was the hardest part about moving for me was leaving Glastonbury. But I make sure I go back, like, you know, every time, because my family are all from around there anyway. So I go and visit. I see all my favourite places. I go into my favourite shops. Who the shopkeepers are still in there, who I talk to, and they remember me. And there's even a guy who dresses in blue wizard robes called Merlin, and he goes around town. There's no one bats an eyelid. There's no judging. There's nothing. It's honestly such a wonderful place.
Well, it sounds like it, and I feel like that probably contributed to a lot of like your creativity, growing up there. So it's awesome.
Yeah, it's good for creativity, really.
And I don't write fantasy, but I'm like, I could totally see myself going there and just being super inspired. So
yeah, if you sit in a cafe in Glastonbury and people watch, all your characters will walk past. You'll have them all. You'll have all of your characters. It's amazing.
Which is always, it's always fun to kind of, I don't know, we're gonna get off on a whole thing, but like, because all of I've been asked that, like, how do your characters come off so real? And I'm like, well, because they're probably somebody, like, it's probably a real person. And I'm like, that's the easiest way to make a character, right? Like, one of my characters is based on my best friend. We've been friends since 4th grade. And I'm like, I know exactly how she would react to every situation. I know what words are going to come out of that unfiltered mouth. I know exactly how she would lay into her other like in the book, her best friend, because she's being stupid. Like I was like, I hear her voice when I read it. So I'm like, that's the best way. So yeah, like to your point, if you're seeing people walking down the street and you're just like, ooh, like what? And I don't know, do you ever like stop and talk? Like if somebody strikes you as like, I could write a character about that person, will you like go up and just have the conversation?
Here I wouldn't. Cities are scary. But back at home, honestly, some people maybe, yeah. And I might not even have to, because quite often people in my hometown, they will just come up to you and chat with you. Like, people are very talkative, very friendly. There's also a guy with a guitar who sings about everyone that walks past, and it's fantastic. He always sings positive things. He picks out people's best features as they walk past, and he's playing his guitar and he sings about you as you walk past. It's
That is adorable. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I'm really used to the oversharing. Again, I know we're known as Midwest nice, so everywhere you go, like you're gonna probably like learn about, you know, Jake at the grocery stores, like grandma baked some cookies for lunch. Like you just kind of learn all of these things about people, and I love it because you just go. One of my favorite people, he works at the liquor store, and I was in there, and he like we chat a lot, and this like guy came in and kind of like hit on me, and he was like, "Dude, she's a mom. She's got 2 kids. Like."
That's cute though. Like, people that look out for you as well.
What?
There's people like that look out for you as well. It's like,
yeah. Well, that was my thing. I'm like, we literally just talk briefly, but yeah, I'm like, love it. Tell me more. Be my best friend.
yeah, that's really cool. That's very similar to my home. So maybe that's responsible for the vibe, right? We've grown up in similar environments. So,
yeah, small town.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah, small towns. And we lived in like a bigger town for a bit, and I convinced my husband to move back to the state that I was born in because I like it. Like our neighborhood, the kids can just like play, you know, you don't have to be worried. Like it's just different. And again, I'm so stuck in the 90s. So I'm like, any place I can go where I kind of feel that, you know, like let's go drink hose water again kind of a vibe, I'm definitely there. Sign me up. So
yes.
But yeah. I don't know if you drank hose water. Maybe that's just like an American thing. You did? Okay, cool.
Yeah, when
Are we the only ones like lead poisoning our children?
Yeah, when I was a kid, as kids do, I used to eat ants when I was like 4 years old. So, I'd be sat playing on the grass, and an ant would be on my arm, and I would just, instead of flicking it off, I used to just eat it.
I mean, I'm a mom of 2. Kids are really fucking weird. Like they do the weirdest shit, but you kind of gotta roll with it. I know, but we grew up. It was really wooded, and my cousin thought he was some kind of like nature, I don't know, aficionado, and he'd be like, "Let's eat these berries. Like, let's test this leaf. Like, you can eat this bark." And I'm like, "What are we doing? We're gonna die."
Oh wow. Hey.
But this is what makes for good storytelling, right? Like, yeah, that time my cousin almost killed me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, hey, but when you tell people, you're like, oh, I've got this really funny story, and it's actually a terrifying story, and they just look at you with this face of like, oh my god, and you were in hospital for how long? And you're like, no, it was really funny. Like, because you can laugh about it, right? You know it's fine. You know it's.
I mean, I survived. I'm here. I was like, I have those scars, but like, we're still here.
Yeah, exactly. With funny stories.
Yes, 100%. And I like that part of like telling things and people looking at you like, what are you talking about? Like what? So that's my favorite thing. I'm just like, let me surprise you. Let me say something that you're like not going to expect to come out of my mouth. I do it quite often, but seriously, thank you so much for coming on and being part
Transition. Hello, everybody. Wow, there was some massive technical issues on my part, and here we are doing this right now. So we're going to move right on into a little segment from the DM's Guide. Before we do, I wanted to let everyone know that right now, thanks to Luna Wolf, you can actually donate $5 to get yourself into an entry for one of her tumblers. And they are absolutely amazing. I can't speak. I love this one so much. It's my baby. So yeah, go and check that one out. In the rewards, there are still Aster prints there, as well as everything else. Just go and check it out. We are currently at $730 raised over the 500. Yay! It's amazing and great fun. And now we're gonna move on to the DM's Guide. Enjoy.
Howdy there. I'm Justin, also known as the DM's Guide on socials. Chris asked me to talk about inclusivity at tables, and so I figured I'd read a couple of things my players actually sent to me to start out with. One of them, since I asked them about this and to help me make sure that I was doing alright, said, and I quote, "I've debated on replying since on the outside I know it doesn't appear I'm part of the LGBTQ community. However, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say how much I appreciate having an outlet to be my true self. On a handful of occasions, I've shared my sexuality with others and was quickly met with comment, especially since I married a man and I appear to be straight. I didn't realize how much I needed having a safe space until I found your table, so I can say with absolute sincerity that I appreciate the way that you go about making sure that everybody at your table feels safe." And another one of my players said, and I quote, "I just think the main thing is that you're a safe person. You recognize and acknowledge your privilege as a straight white cis man, which is half the battle. You also don't always feel the need to take up all the space, which so many men in your position would not do. You allow others to take that space and be their authentic selves. I would say also letting those personalities that we may or may not be safe to be in our everyday lives to play out in our characters. You encourage the weird and that feels so safe. I hope that makes sense." So that's just a couple of my players, and I'm not going to use any names or anything because I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable, but I think that one of the easiest things to do is just be authentic, just be yourself. Make sure that you ask questions, doing like session zeros and using safety tools to your advantage really makes a big difference. Put everything out there for your players to be able to be open and honest, even if it's not necessarily in front of everybody. Give them the option to message you directly about anything that might be going on. Maybe they aren't out, or maybe they would like some space to kind of explore different aspects of themselves. I think another thing is just to make sure that you check in more than just right off the bat. So maybe it's been a few sessions and, things have gone on at the table and you just want to make sure that everybody is still 100% on board with the things that, you guys discussed at the beginning. I know I've been running my current campaign for about 6 years, and I think maybe every about 6 months or so I try to check in, just because I know this is a really long-term campaign and we've got pretty much the same group of people. But if you've got a table with higher turnover, or maybe if you just do one-shots, I would make sure to do those things each and every time that you have a new player come or a player leave or anything like that, just to make sure that everybody's on board. So I think that's it. Just be yourself, be open, be honest, allow your players to communicate however they're feeling, whether that's at the table with everybody there or directly, privately with you. As the DM and GM, it's up to you to make sure that you're providing a good, safe space for your table. So, yeah, that's it. If anybody has any questions, you can always hit me up directly on Threads. I'm always happy to take questions. So take care now.
Just wanted to wish everyone a happy Pride to all of our queer community.
You are cared for and loved, and just don't stop being you.
10 seconds.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. We're just going to dive right into the next tabletop, which is, oh, see, the names got messed up right there. Look, it's so close, so close. So, Natalie, you've got to open. No, not. Oh, Jesus, everything's going crap, man. This is bad. This is bad. So we're gonna move you down there. All right, and then we're gonna move Joss. You're going back up there.
Don't scare.
There we go. All right. I think we're okay, everyone. I think we're okay. So right now we're going to move into the final live roundtable. As you can tell, it's live. And so this is going to be amplifying diverse voices in the LGBTQ plus spaces. And again, I am the host of this one. My name is Chris Corvin. And we're going to move around the room. You're going to give us a small little introduction as to yourself and what you do. Let's start there.
Hi, I'm Natalie. Natalie Jacobson. You can find me on TikTok, Discord, Instagram, and Threads with @NatalieAnnaJ. I am a former journalist from the Pacific Northwest. I live in Washington, D.C. right now with my partner, and he's in law, and I do marketing right now in the government and nonprofit, but I'm also this year a debut author. I wrote a historical fantasy novel called Ghost Train, and it's out this October. And I also do weekly Folklore Friday episodes that go into monsters and creatures and folklore of Japan. It's what I studied in college, so I might as well put that knowledge to use. So TikToks it is.
Jocelyn?
Hi, Joss Creek. As you see, I'm the producer behind Grid Laser and some of the music you're hearing today, as well as I do my own productions. You can find me under that moniker and Spotify, streaming platforms, Bandcamp especially, and I work retail a day and I'm a producer at night, I guess is the easiest way to put it.
Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole Grant. You can find me on Threads or Instagram on Fiery Feeds, Brilliant Reads. I'm currently working on my debut novel. I hope it will be out this year, but no promises. I'm also from the Pacific Northwest, and I still live here. If you see me look off quickly, it's probably one of my mini animals causing problems. I have 2 cats and 2 rabbits, and they just run around and cause problems, but I love it.
That's, you know what? I was just saying my cat was coming around the studio here, and it's like, oh, great, it's going to be cut off soon. I know it. So, in the LGBTQ plus community, intersectionality is more than just a buzzword. It's a very critical framework that helps us understand the complexities of our identities and experiences. Our goal tonight is kind of to dive into some of those more complex things and discuss how we can better support and uplift diverse voices with everyone. We have had a very large rotating pool of people between illnesses and other things coming. So what started out as a really big table has shrunken down to a smaller one. But here we are. We're doing it. It's going to be great. So we're just going to dive right in here and just what do you think are some of the more critical components that are being hindered right now when it comes to inclusive spaces for LGBTQ plus people to be able to explore their identities in the creative space. Nicole.
I feel like there, on Threads we have such a supportive community, but then I'll hear things like people wanting like trigger warnings if there's a gay couple in the book. And I'm like, what? That's just a human experience. That's not a trigger. So it's just, I feel like as much as I can support the people, so then those negative voices of someone telling them there should have been a trigger warning in their book, there's nothing I can really do to erase that, but just try and support people the best I can, to know that they have support and just try to minimize those negative, awful people as much as possible.
Joss.
Yeah, basically, just to add on, it's about supporting those that are in the community, and then uh, showing that it's just everyday life, and getting society to accept that, and not necessarily even for like commercial reasons, because I mean we see a lot of that as well. I kind of feel that could lead to a lot of issues with companies coming out and doing it. It's great to see the support, but then you sometimes dive into some of what these companies do on the other side, and it's like, ooh, ugh, I don't know. um so yeah, it's kind of just showing that it's part of everyday life, and you're just going to meet people like us. It's, hi, we're here. you know
Natalie.
I mean, obviously, this has become a highly politicized issue. The pendulum swings strongly back and forth like every few years. When gay marriage was being legalized, starting in Massachusetts and then San Francisco and then across the nation, there was a lot of positivity and a lot of buildup, good momentum. We got the snowball going. It seemed like we were turning a page, truly, especially here in the United States. But then when the pendulum swings go one way too far in some people's minds, then there's a big backlash. So we are seeing this kind of go backward, and now it's going to extreme again with the bans on types of books, or with, yes, as Nicole was saying, a lot of the trigger warnings, like where is that line that we draw? And we see the company support, with the flags every June, and we make fun of them, but everyone's right so far in saying that we have to just keep working to normalize this. These are human experiences. This is not political. And the more exposure people get to this is like, oh, yeah, is it really hurting me? Are they really doing anything that harms me in my life? Then the more we will calm down this pendulum swing and get into a more, not centrist, but in like a steady, stable area where we can all kind of agree and accept one another more openly and safely.
Definitely. So then, especially within the creative avenues here, which as that's kind of what we do the most here. What type of support systems or resources do you think are most crucial to helping not only the LGBTQ plus community themselves, but people who are unsure and trying to find themselves? Let's start with Natalie.
I mean, resources and accessibility to them are really limited. So it's more about getting the knowledge and the information out. The more that people bring awareness to, hey, here's a blog that has all this information about resources and access that you can go to. These people have a lot of knowledge and they're trusted sources, or these mentors. Like, we really need mentors to step up and say like, hey, I'll be that stepping stone. I'll be that person that you can go to with questions, because we need more allies to be in those leadership roles and take ownership and really show the ropes to a lot of people who are home alone right now and haven't told their families and are afraid and don't have the access to resources and ways out of home right now. So they have like maybe a very thin window into the internet and through these connections. They want to be creative. They want an outlet somehow. So it's about putting that information out there and showing that you're an ally and you can be trusted and your actions follow your words.
Joss?
Yeah. As she was talking, I was like, yep, okay, awesome. Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't agree more. And then I would go on to say, when we have creative projects, putting like maybe a little bit of a tag in there, of who we worked with, so that we could show it's not just someone. It's like, oh, this is someone that deserves, to be seen. Just maybe doing that a little, and obviously getting the clearance from, that person, because you don't want to be outing someone if they're not comfortable yet. But yeah, everything Natalie said and then some.
Nicole, any thoughts?
Yeah. Art is just such a wonderful way for people to express their identity, but then also for people who may not be familiar with that to get exposure with it. Like Natalie was saying, be like, oh, wait, this thing that I was told by people is, awful or something's like, wait, that actually sounds like a very normal human experience. It's the way we can communicate our human experiences to others. And so I just think the more we support technology and everything, because one great thing about technology is it's been lowering the gatekeeping with art. Um, all the tech advances with indie publishing are great because I know traditional publishing is working on it, but there are a lot of gaps with them bringing in diverse voices and traditionally publishing them. So supporting all the innovations we can with indie publishing so those voices can get out there and be heard.
For sure. I think that's more visible representation is definitely needed. Not just in the tags like Joss was saying there, but just kind of in just the vernacular in everything, and just being able to express that and let people know that, hey, this is the shit that's going on, and some of the most amazing stuff out there. All right, so this is a big one. What are
Wanting to make
what do you think are some effective strategies that people who are looking to collaborate to become more inclusive, to help welcome in more LGBTQ plus creators? Joss, we're going to start with you this time.
Yeah. Actually, I was just when you started to say that. Hey, me. I'm open to collaborations, with anybody if we vibe, and we end up enjoying working together. Yeah, please, like, shoot messages my way. You'll find if you're in the community, I'm Tiny Plaid Ninja in there. So yeah.
So with that, with
Yes.
like, how do you think would be a great way for people to kind of not just have to drop their name somewhere and go, please, like, what type of thing can we do to build an effective foundation for this? Like, what's missing?
Ooh, that is a come back to me on that one. I'm gonna take a second. That is, yeah.
Natalie, Nicole, either one?
Sure. I mean, I feel like we're already kind of working on this on threads. Like I see a lot of people amplifying voices of people, like if they read their book and like it and repost it, things like that. Just partnering with people, tagging them. I just feel like at least the part of the corner thread that I'm on, I feel like is very supportive, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Nicole. I see that too on threads. And I was trying to formulate my answer too, and how I was thinking, well, we have to go beyond just, pronouns and biographies and like flags or symbology or something that says like, DM me, because it's one thing to have those signifiers, but then it's another for people to truly feel like they can take action and trust and do that reach out, because it takes, in marketing, we say it takes like 4 to 6 touch points before someone actually takes action. So it's about creating that pattern so that people really build that trust with you, even without meeting you. And maybe how you can do that is, as Nicole was saying, like, resharing, amplifying posts. So if you see someone's work coming out and they are signifying like, hey, it's represented in this community, like, yes, reshare it, show that you're building this repertoire with the community, whether you're an ally or you're part of it, or, you don't know yet what your identity is. And then other things are, accountability among these companies. It goes back to which companies are saying like, hey, yeah, we're working on this, whether it's traditional publishing or whether, it's musicians or whether it's, Starbucks. Like, if they say something, like, do they follow through? And then, do the math and show what happened at the end of the year. Like, there's someone right now who just posted about, it was different awards of like authors of like diversity of authors, and they said that they were getting better at including authors of all different kinds of races and gender identities, and then in the end it was still majority was white straight authors. So what the people were starting to hold them accountable, like, hey, you said you were going to do this but you didn't, where is it? So it's kind of about that too, like where is your voice in it? What kind of active role are you going to take in the community and to support the community?
Jaws?
Yeah, yeah, honestly, yeah, at the end of the day, it's not just with the allies, but also like Natalie was saying earlier, but with mentors stepping up and creating these paths and funnels into, you know, communities not just like ours, but you know, around the nation, around the world, um, so that people do feel comfortable and feel that, you know, sense of trust with with others. Is there's plenty of stories out there where, you know, you hear it's like, oh well, I was completely alone my whole 4 years in high school, you know, let's try to, you know, like you're saying, create a foundation to where we have a bit of more of a funnel through mentors and allies to communities like this. And um yeah, and not just through the creatives, but you know, through the creative arts, but also through maybe technology, STEM, stuff like that, you know, try to, you know, branch out. And because it's not, we all are creative, but we could be creative in different ways. So
Wow, beautifully said. Um, Personally, I think a lot of it falls to when it comes to reaching out and finding, it falls a lot to the producers themselves, the one doing the content, and not because a lot of times you find these like, oh well, you know, I'm open, I'm free, just come and talk to them. Like, well, no, why aren't you going out there to find them? You know, I mean, even putting this roundtable together. I was helped by Tessa, and we were reaching out to several creators, just, you know, getting out there and meeting new. I've made so many new connections over this, and it's just been so much fun. And these are people that I didn't even know existed before, and it's taking those steps to do that, I think, is more important, for the people in charge than anything else, and then, you know, building it up from there. Um, so then we kind of move on from there. Goes into the amplifying thing, as was said before there. Not only why is it important to do, but how do you feel best amplifies somebody besides just liking and sharing? Let's start with Nicole on this one.
But I said liking and sharing last time.
He said he wants a different answer.
Yeah, different.
I know. I know. Um, I can't think much more besides, you know, reading the content and maybe like reviewing it or things like that, like going a step beyond. But that's kind of where my mind went, at least for now. Maybe I'll chime in if I think of more.
Definitely. Natalie?
Um, yeah, to take it like the step more in my mind is nominating that kind of content, whether it's music or books, to certain lists, you know, send them to influencers, send them to bloggers, or even better, you know, I think most major cities in the US and a lot of mid-size and even small cities have very active LGBTQ plus communities that are growing and they're strengthening, and they have parades and they have pride events and they partner with local businesses. So there's avenues at little like indie bookshops or other local places, community centers, where you can maybe find connections and build events, like get people together, tell them about, you know, these books or this music or this movie, and just start building like not quite a database, but at least a community feel, and find those connections in other places other than, you know, your corner of the internet, and where it's, you know, where we're all just trying to help each other, but sometimes maybe it does feel superficial. Like, how far does a like go? How far does, you know, internet engagement go? But go back to the community who exists like in your own backyard, and really find the people right there in your city and the organization that already exists, and let them know like, hey, I heard about this great book that's coming out, put it on your book list for this year. Or, you know, would you mind sharing this movie maybe at the film festival? You know, trying to submit things for awards and really support the community more tangibly. That'll get more traction.
Definitely. Joss, anything to pitch in?
yeah, I think also just on a more subtle scale, especially on places like Threads and in the Discord communities, engaging with others, just everyday personal lives as well, like responding to comments, and someone says, "Hey, y'all," or "Good morning," or something like that. Boom, like drop an emoji. If you're at work and can't like sit there and type out something, drop something, and it's a way to become more personal with just everybody, so that you're not just only promoting their art or only promoting what they're putting out there. You're also promoting them as a human. And I feel like that could also help normalize everything into everyday life, because then they will feel completely normal. It's like, oh, it's not just this book that everybody likes, it's they like me as well. Like, oh, that feels nice.
Really?
I love that.
Right?
That's that feeling.
Never felt that a day in my life.
I mean, yeah, I love that because that's so true. Like a lot of people probably aren't feeling very much acceptance from like their families or things like that. So getting that touch point from someone can really make a big difference. I love that answer. Not me.
Pointing up, but just
Yeah,
over
I
there
know
for
she
me,
makes
it's
shame,
it's
but
just
somewhere.
I don't know where I am either.
no one does. I don't even know anymore. So that actually kind of brings up a valid segue for me, which is the topic that has actually been discussed during the stream a couple times, where it's representation in creations for something that you are not, such as a straight person writing as a gay character or anything like that. What are your thoughts on that one in itself? Natalie, this time.
And you pointed somewhere, and I'm like, is that where I am?
Yeah.
Because you're pointing off screen. This is a really interesting, and it's a very, I think it's a very appropriate question to ask, because there are a lot of things that people are saying, like, that's my boundary. I don't think it is appropriate. I won't cross that. I think everyone kind of makes their own lines, though. I think they will assess what feels appropriate to them or not. We're seeing a lot of backlash for actors who have played, transgender or, gay roles, and they don't identify as that in their, personal real lives. They are actors. So I know this is a heavily debated topic too, about, is that something that's ethical or what's going on there? And in the writing community, there's authors who write, there's plenty of authors who write about men and they're a woman, or they write, the opposite, or yes, they write different characters. But then again, to me, if I were to only write about people who identify as me, like a white, female, queer, like, does that mean that my whole cast of book has to be that? Does that mean I don't have any diversity in my books, period? Can there be no men? Can there be no straight people? Can there be, no Black or Asian people in my books? Is that where it's at? Like, that to me is not right, because that's not what my community looks like. It's not the world I live in. I've lived abroad. I've lived in several different states and cities. I met so many people, and in my work, like Ghost Train, I collaborated with people. I didn't rely only on my own voice. I go to the sources, and I go to so many people for help on the history and different points, and I rely and pull inspiration from so many people around me. And I think that's what a lot of writers do. And again, I'm not saying that people are wrong for drawing their own boundaries or saying, like, I don't like the way that someone did that, because there is ways that content creators can fetishize something, and I totally understand that happens. So I think the bottom line is, be respectful in whatever it is you're writing or creating. And if it is an identity different from yours, then you really have to connect with that community. You have to know what you're doing and respect it first and foremost.
Perfect. Nicole?
Yeah, I agree with everything Natalie said. And I just think it's good that we're amplifying, the voices from that community. So I may write a character that's from that community, but I'm like, no, but read the book from the person who's actually from that community. I just happen to have a character that's from that community. Would be kind of how I would like to make the distinction in my own writing and how it's received. Like, yes, this character may be from a community that I don't represent, but here's a great example of a book from someone who's from that community that wrote this great book.
We're gonna circle back to that one in a second there. Joss, any thoughts?
Yeah, being a DM would be really hard if I wasn't allowed to, like, act out, straight people, and it, it but I mean, other than that, yeah, I don't have too much more to add on that.
It's
It just,
it's a very
um,
fine line, and I think
yeah,
it was said perfectly on the previous roundtable there, where it's as long as you are taking the steps to ensure you are doing it properly, and you're talking with the people in those communities, and you're really spending the time and not just going off of whatever you think it should be. I think that way makes it more acceptable, depending on what you're planning on doing, and definitely not fetishizing is a big thing, because yeah, no, we've all read those.
of course,
Uh,
yep. I've always said it, as long as it comes from a place of respect.
Definitely. So, how do you think collaboration can happen better between the LGBTQ plus community and the non LGBTQ plus community? Like, it is something that desperately needs to happen, um, because there's just always a division, and there doesn't need to be a division, right? So how do you think we can actually merge that? And again, it's another big question. I got a lot of big questions here, whereas like, we're trying to solve all problems today. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Joss, we're gonna start with you there. How do you think we can best integrate the communities into one?
Comedy and laughter, just being able to, share a joke, be ourselves around each other, and have those boundaries. But then once we know where those boundaries are, it's like, okay, we're all comfortable here. And I'm not saying to go overboard. We all do have some of those friends who we can toe the line a little bit more than we can with others, but you know uh, those that type of deep relationship will develop over time. Yeah, but to have a nice space where people can just laugh, I think would greatly help out. There's a lot of like uptightness about acceptance and tolerance just around those two, specifically just those like words and political concepts that can be alleviated a lot by just kind of laughing together.
But what do you do in this day and age when comedy is like illegal? Comedians are
Just
losing jobs left and right.
oh yeah, no, that's why I'm saying it's a tough one, but laughter, honestly, it's because that means that we've reached equal ground. Like we have an understanding of what each other is saying. Because there's a big difference between laughter at and laughter with a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to foster laughing with a joke. Uh, I think is a good place to start.
Natalie?
I mean, yeah, I agree. I feel like when you find comedy and humor and things, it really not only breaks the ice, but it really builds that connection and an understanding. The issue we're seeing is that, yes, with all this divisiveness and the boundary settings, a lot of things are turning out to be not very funny. And so, we're all feeling a little bit more like being laughed at as opposed to being laughed with. So I think a lot of it will need that community bridging during non-Pride month. Like there's 11 other months of the year. Pride is not just once a year, it happens every day. So it takes a little bit more normalization and action to have that community that's just part of it. It's not just that we're all, out in 1 month. It's throughout the whole year, really. So we need people to still be amplifying voices in July through May. And we need contests, and we need awards, and we need spotlights, and we need events that really center those voices throughout the year. We need those spaces to continue to be active and really strong allies. That's where the mentorship programs can come into play, or holding companies accountable, or continuing just those events and say like, hey, to your local bookshop and say like, hey, that was cool what we did in June, but can you do it again in November? Or tying it into other groups, there's a lot, in November, for example, it's Veterans Day, and there's also Thanksgiving, but you know what? there's LGBT community is still there too, and they also dovetail with those as well. So how can you bring in and continue to bridge these gaps in communities so that people feel accepted year round?
Nicole?
Yeah, mine's kind of similar to Natalie's. Just the more we can support people living their authentic truth, the more other people will kind of encounter people who may represent a certain community. And the more hopefully they'll be like, oh, wait, this isn't what I heard it was, and it might be a little less scary to them. Like, I know it's a completely different subject. I'm not trying to change the subject, but I happen to be atheist. And a lot of people I know normally would be like, oh my gosh, that's terrifying. But then they meet me and they're like, actually, she's not what I was told she would be, kind of thing.
That is a fantastic analogy.
Yeah. I remember telling someone once I was, not Catholic or Christian, and they said, like, how do you know between right and wrong? And it was just a very interesting way to start a conversation and go from there.
It goes back to the joke where it's like, if you need religion to tell you what's right and wrong, you're the problem.
Oops.
But
I was like, Santa was very motivating.
You know what? That dude brought some good shit. So let's kind of dive into some of the stigmas involved in being part of the community, especially for those unsure and scared to even approach the topic, even with the community itself, because you've seen that a lot, and it's usually the vocal minority that really stands out and scares people to want to approach a topic when it comes to that. How would you kind of help bring someone in if they were to approach you with trying to help figure themselves out?
I always just, was it just anyone jump in?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I didn't hear. Yeah, I did hear you. Okay. I always just try to approach anything by listening. That's kind of how I try to solve a lot of problems where people are struggling with anything in their life, really. Just listening and then asking questions that I feel like may help them.
Yeah.
Being there for someone.
Absolutely on the listening thing, because you want to be able to respond with on topic and on point stuff, but like asking almost not necessarily direct questions about like what they just said, but a guiding question, to kind of steer them into how they feel about it, or trying to help them allow themselves to take a step back and see themselves in a larger picture. Because having an anxiety disorder myself, like I know that's a tough thing to do when you're trying to really find yourself. So having that hand to hold and that to listen and just sort of be like, okay, well, let's look in the mirror and let's see how that feels.
I think in addition to, being there, being a listening ear, being a support, I think being ready to offer different resources, like whether it is like a basic helpline or it's a local nonprofit or it's community events. It's a list of books like, hey, you might want some reading. Like, here's a great book on this experience I read, whether it's fictional or nonfiction. That could be really helpful and powerful so that, an individual, when they're reading, they're transported and they can really realize so many things. So having kind of that list in mind. And then I think most importantly too is keeping the pressure off of them. They don't know quite where they're at. They're probably in a very maybe slightly unstable place and feeling very insecure. So it's also about not forcing them to like figure it out or move too quickly, or like, hey, here's all these events that I want you to come to with me. Like, it's like, hey, no, just kind of step back and, show them that there is a whole world out there for them to explore. They can take their time, and just, I think the reading materials, and it's a whole span of different ages, like people who discover themselves at 50 or 60 or, 20, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be acceptance no matter what. And if their journey does not fit within a label, they'll find or make their own. And that's what's important to remind them.
Definitely. So each one of you individually, have you encountered any problematic people in your your journeys, like they're talking about earlier with bisexuality erasure and all of that. Natalie, has there been situations like that where you've encountered and you know?
I mean, yeah, quite a few. I mean, my partner, he's a straight man, so it's a very obvious thing. Like, they're going to ride weekends together. It's very much like, oh, is that the couple who's like trying to vibe with other people? Like, what's going on? And it's a frustrating place to be. And for the most part, I've just moved on, like, with myself in terms of peace of mind. Like, I know what my experiences are. I know what my feelings are. I know who I am. And I'm just so over the stress of like trying to teach everyone or counter or be angry at every stigma or person that I encounter who doesn't understand it. So I've really just let people just, they can perceive me, but then the way that I talk and the experiences I tell them will tell them who I am. I'm, yeah, definitely facing things and just dealing with them kind of, yeah, head on at this point. It's just like, no, I'll blow them over. It's okay. I'm not gonna like hide labels or anything like that. And if they want to judge it or say things, like, they can. I know who I am, though.
For sure. Joss?
Yeah. I've worked with a few problems people, and I grew up in the South. Grew up on the nice muggy peninsula of Florida. I'm not there anymore. I escaped. Yay! But yeah, I'm I'm gender fluid. Very much getting more in touch with my feminine side and definitely enjoying it a lot more. Um, might end up going down the the trans route with it, and I could say yeah, it's you do meet those people, but it's getting easier to not necessarily ignore it, because yeah, I take note, and everybody should, just to be, it's like, oh, that face, that specific person, like, okay, maybe ignore them next time. But um just it gets easier with time as I started accepting myself, and accepting, what I am and who I am, that kind of thing. So yeah.
Perfect. Nicole?
My yeah, I was like, yeah, my whole life. It's I grew up in purity culture, religion, so it's taken like a lot of deprogramming to even like things I catch even in myself doing. So yeah, that's been a lot. And so, but in my everyday life, like if I hear people say something that's kind of ignorant, I'll politely correct them on things.
Well, that's actually a very good point when it comes to interactions with people. And most times people will mark it in their head as like, oh, they're a but they won't actually go out and say something. But at the same time, sometimes you may not want to say something. Like, when do you feel is an appropriate time to correct somebody, or when do you think you should just let it slide? Not let it slide. Yeah.
I'm kind of a bad person to ask on this one.
Why is that?
I'm pretty neutral on it, I say they them, but in the Discord I have he, they, she, Dale, Gribble. Like, as long as I know I'm being addressed, and you're showing me respect, that's fine. So yeah, I might want to back out a little bit on this one. But I've corrected when people ask, and I have no problem, bringing it up. It's not like super awkward, but I am someone who is sort of neutral on it.
But with that, Joss, like, not even directed at you, but if you were to see that type of thing happening to a friend or somebody when you're out and about, like, would you go and talk to them and sort it out, or do you just how do you feel about that?
If a friend of mine, because I have run into it where a friend has corrected someone in public, just walking around hanging out. It didn't feel weird. you know, because it's their life, it's their journey. Now, if a friend of mine was disrespected and felt like they couldn't speak up or something like that, and in that moment, I would more than likely say something. You know, not to start anything, obviously, but you know, if my friend that I'm there with is, you know, at the beginning of their journey or at that, you know, kind of awkward phase of their journey, they're not quite sure if that's a moment to ask. Like, sure, I'll be like, hey, this would be a good point. You know, you can go ahead and let them know.
Nicole, Natalie?
I think like for me, I'm not a very argumentative person, and so like if people want like get upset, that's totally understandable and valid. That type just like it stresses me out to do that. So I normally try to just politely correct the person, like because normally it's not addressed to me because I'm very like straight presenting. I'm married to a man and everything. But if I hear it about someone else, I will like correct them and kind of make it known to not like talk that way around me about someone else.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I haven't really experienced it directly myself. Sometimes I've mentioned if someone's made a comment directly and I'm in the right mood to just be like, you know what, never mind, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. But in terms of other friends or people who I've witnessed, you know, have be misgendered or maybe purposefully or unintentionally, whatever it may be, sometimes I've corrected the person. I've done a quick assessment on safety and whether it would endanger someone or us as a group, or and then either privately let the person know, or if it's a safe enough feeling situation, just voiced it. But I'm trying to get better at doing that and being more active and speaking up in the right times, and all times, making every time the right time. But I do admit sometimes it is nerve-wracking a little bit because you just don't know, especially in this, it feels sometimes just like there's dynamite everywhere a little bit. But in order to amplify and support the community, we all have to sometimes, you know, just stand up for them, like, and take those risks and let them know, like, hey, I am really here for you and I'm looking out for you. And that's how you build that trust too, and show them that you're an ally, whether you're part of the community directly or not. You're just like, you're their friend and you're there for them.
Mm-hmm. It's never inappropriate to point out an inappropriate action. Put it that way.
I mean, it's a weird thing to be in when you know you should correct, but at the same time you're unsure if you're safe to correct. I know personally for me, sorry, a lot of it boils down to being unsure if I'm even right in what I'm going to correct. That to me scares me more than anything, because I would hate to be completely incorrect and seem arrogant or, you know, whatever when it comes to that type of thing. So a lot of times when I see it, it's like, I don't know if I should, if I have the right to. And I think that boils down to proper education and just open conversations with people. So with that type of thing, what do you think would best kind of, what could a creative do in to help educate people better in your specific area? Let's go with Nicole this time.
Oh, you mean like, what did you mean like with the books that I write, or
just in any way that you're creating? How do you feel, and anybody in that industry could best, what could they do to kind of help create something specifically for education purposes? Like, what do you think is missing?
I mean, I don't know that it's missing, or maybe it's just not happening enough, but I don't ever want, like, you know, I'm perfectly capable of Googling too, but I have had friends who are very comfortable like educating me if I had questions about their experience. And so just like listening to them and finding out more about what their experience is like for them specifically, not that they're speaking for an entire community, but it's like, what is that like for you?
Natalie?
I mean, in my book, and actually in a lot of my stories, I do have an array of characters of different identities, but for me, I don't make a big show of it. It's not part of their name or their title. It's just suddenly at some point in the story, you're like, oh, wait, I think they're that. But then I really want the reader to just think like, wait, why does it matter to them? Why did they have that aha moment? Did they think of them as this before? And why did that matter? So I'm really trying to do those subtle challenges where it shows it doesn't matter. It's more about the characters' actions and dialogue and how it moves the story and what their journey is rather than their identity. Unless I respect everyone's like stories. If the story is about that, of course. But in my stories, I'm trying to normalize those to the point where it's just more subtle and it's less of the upfront thing. And it's not like it's tricking people, but it's trying to just show that these people exist and they're not always going to be loud and out and super showy about it. And it's normal too.
Joss, this one might be a little bit more difficult for the music side, but what do you think?
Well, I was gonna tie it into like running Dungeons and Dragons and like role playing games and stuff like that, because that is very much it's a side of the creative space that's not talked about too much. But it's live improv storytelling, and I think just including characters like that and then acting those characters out just as part of the story, and I know I do in my own campaign that I've been writing. um, it really helps the players then also see it's like, oh, it's not just, here, it's also this, it could be this, it could look like that, and that could also help with some individuals at the beginning of their story, because they could play a tiefling, you know they could play a totally just a species that doesn't exist, and be able to play the bit of themselves out in that character. And I've definitely seen some people get a little bit more comfortable with themselves in that sense. Um, yeah, music is a little bit tougher, but definitely on the side of DMs, and yeah, there it is.
Yeah, no, there's an entire thing to talk about for with tabletop RPGs themselves and
Mhm.
and inclusivity. I think that in itself would be an amazing roundtable just to discuss at some point. I think that'd be great. I'm going to mark that one down. So before we go to roll this up, I did have kind of one that kind of bounced off of all of that, and that is the idea of, do you normalize something by not discussing it and just having it there, like a lot of stories have been having a lot more lately? Or does it need to be up and in your face? What do you think is going to be the best way to really push the inclusivity of everything going forward? Joss, let's start with you.
Like all things in nature, requires balance. Because we don't want to be, hey, we're prideful. Hi, just constantly all the time. But we also don't want to be too subtle, to be like, oh, we just sort of disappeared into the background again. There's a real nice middle ground. When someone asks you, just don't hesitate. You know, if someone, because I've had this recently just at work, one of my managers asked me, it's like, are your pronouns? And it was a perfect time to be like, oh, well, here you go. I didn't get into nitty gritty details, but it opened that little space. I was upfront and open about it, but I didn't just come out and say, it's like, hi, so here's my pronouns. you know yeah, so a little bit of both.
Solid. Nicole.
Yeah, I both. I mean, of course, there's wonderful stories where it like really like being part of that community plays a role in the plot, and I think that's beautiful. I think I am a lot like Natalie. Like any ones that I have written so far have been more just like that's just who they are. It, you know, it doesn't it that's so I guess maybe it's more subtle in my writing, but I love that there's other books where it's not. So we need all of it.
Natalie.
I think it goes, my answer will go back to my very first one, which was about the pendulum and how, you know, we needed people to have their big coming out stories. We needed bookstores to have those shelves that were like, this is for Pride Month. These are Pride books. We needed the artists, the musicians to come out and say like, this is my identity. And we needed them to sing about it because that helped everyone else who doesn't have as much power, as strong a voice to feel safe and secure to do it. So, but as the pendulum swings, we had a kind of a bang, and now we're seeing the subtle things and just like any kind of spectrum, any kind of rainbow. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have people who want to tell those stories, and then there's gonna be people who want to tell them a little bit more softly, and it will even out. We're always seeing it, but I think there's room for all sorts of stories and all sorts of voices, and that's just, I think that diversity is so important no matter what. We need people to keep speaking up. We'll always need that, because if we don't, then yeah, we will fade.
I am. Oh, go ahead, Joss.
I'm snapping furiously.
Just getting the snaps. Oh man, it's so good. So then we're actually just about almost out of time here, and so we're going to run this one off with the final Joss. As my cat meows at me, Joss, where can everyone find you?
You can find me Grid Laser on all streaming platforms and Bandcamp. My thread handle is a little weird. It's F4ILUR3. Because
I'll put it in the show notes.
Yep, because I'm elite hacksaw, and I grew up in the early internet age. But yeah, yay.
Yay.
Nicole.
Yeah, you can find me at Fiery Feeds Brilliant Reads on Threads and Instagram mostly.
And Natalie.
You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, Threads as at Natalie Anna J, and I play around Discord too, and I'm here, I'm everywhere. Here, queer, everywhere, wherever.
That's a bumper sticker right there. All right, and then we'll just wrap this up with a simple just to say goodbye to everyone, and we're going to transition into the final segment of the night, where Sarah sits down to have an amazing chat with man, I'm tired, with Kenya. Here we go. Everybody say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
I was in a really lonely place.
I was struggling a lot, and I didn't know who else to turn to.
And so I called.
But the help was there. Trevor Project was there. There was somebody who was ready to listen to me.
It was amazing finding support and having a sense of community online.
The Trevor Project is us. They are allies, friends, you, me, you know, it is like family.
Good morning, everybody, or actually afternoon, because this is in the afternoon. I'm Sarah, and I'm here with Kenya. How are you?
I'm doing really, really well. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's early here for me, and I did not sleep a ton last night, so you're getting like full 90s grunge, definitely caffeinating while we're here. But I'm so excited to have you here because like you were one of my very first Threads connections, and
Obviously, I've like obsessed over your eyes for so to get to meet like face to faces, I've been so excited. So thank you for coming on to talk to me. But yeah, so we're here for hosted by Dripping Creativity for the Creative Coffee Cafe and trying to raise money and awareness for the Trevor Project. And I know we've kind of talked a little bit how important that is to both of us, and we've just all part of this is kind of talking about how creativity can kind of contribute to advocacy, empathy, awareness. And I know we've talked a little bit about how you do that in your writing, so if you want to kind of let our viewers know.
Okay, well, kind of what we spoke about was like how I kind of worked through my identity in my writing, and it's weird because I didn't notice that I was doing it until a lot later in kind of my journey of kind of discovering my identity, being like myself. And I think something that kind of struck for me was I didn't realize how much of who I wanted to be I was writing into my characters,
which is like beautiful.
Yeah, so like a lot of my main characters had qualities that like I really just wanted to embody, that I really wanted to be, and that's why like I always wrote, and I still do write, a lot of male main characters. What I know is, I don't know how to really portray, I don't know how to like kind of explain that more, where I kind of knew in my writing who I was before I myself recognized it.
Yeah, I feel like, so if you're writing what you know, and in your heart, who you are, and even if it took a bit to get there, you start to see it in your writing. You start to see it coming out, because I've always felt like our writing is such a safe space for us, because we don't have to share it. We can keep it to ourselves, and then you can go back and read it, and it's such it's enlightening. And even for me, I just recently had my official formal like coming out in a sense, because I always identified as bisexual. I thought that's kind of where I fell, but I always kind of questioned that too, because I'm very particular in who I, have feelings towards, and who I'm going to kind of, I don't know, just give a certain part of myself to. And then somebody pointed out like what they saw in my writing, and I'm like, oh yeah, like let me go back and pick through this. And then like to your point, it starts to come out, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a theme or a trend. And like, and now it just kind of helps you to find like that acceptance within yourself and like identify it easier, because it's right there. It's like, it's almost like your heart and your mind is trying to tell you like what you need to know.
yeah, basically. Yeah, no, it's been a very interesting journey, because like similar experience to kind of what you was, I always before I kind of sat with myself, I was like, okay, Kenya, you're trans, like kind of sat with myself. I always I was going through different types of like sexualities, that kind of like trying to see what felt right for me. And I think like I was like, okay, maybe I'm pan, because I didn't really feel like a particular attraction towards a specific like kind of gender, kind of like that kind of thing. And then I was like, hey, maybe I'm pansexual, maybe I just don't care, that kind of thing. And then I went on a bit, I was like, maybe I'm asexual, because like I don't have that kind of attraction to people. And then kind of when I realized and sat down with my gender, how that kind of also changed the loop again, because I was viewing relationships from the point of view as a female. Yeah. And so when I started looking at it from a man's point, like seeing myself as the man in the relationship, it like complete 180 in my like view of it. So that was just such an interesting thing. Also, like just the fluidity and the change of it, like as you kind of discover yourself.
Yeah, which is beautiful. I've never had anybody kind of explain it in that way to me before, and I love that, because it completely is a whole different perspective on things sometimes, and until you take a step back and kind of look at everything, you don't necessarily see it, but then finding that piece, like I guess that's how it is for me. I'm like, I don't really necessarily need to have a title, or I need to, like, I don't want to be put into a box, but I'm like, for my own peace of mind of like, to your point of being
demisexual, like that's kind of, I realized, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's where I would fall, because I'm like, none of the other stuff matters, and I'm also demisexual. So I'm like, it's really about connection for me. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm like, it doesn't really matter. The rest doesn't matter as long as I'm like having that deep connection. And that's what I try to like, I think, portray in my writing too, is like, I think unfortunately our community a lot of times gets stuck, like slapped with that, well, everybody's just like sex crazed. And I'm like, that's definitely not the case, like at all. And I think we're doing a really good job of kind of hopefully flipping that narrative. I know I'm trying really hard, because I'm like, I hate that, because so many of us, I'm like, no, that's not it at all. And I'm overly flirtatious, but I'm like, it doesn't mean like, yeah, like I can sit here and like literally swoon over your eyes for days, like your accent, I'm like melting into a puddle and I love it. But I'm like, that doesn't mean that I'm like, I want to go jump you. Like, it's just like, I don't know. And that's where, again, I think it's important that all of us in the community are putting this into our writing and kind of trying to teach people and, you know, help everybody understand what we're going through and what's really going on underneath the surface. So
no, absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of people in our community are heavily sexualized. A lot of the relationship dynamics, you know, especially from a lot of, I think, hetero writers who write queer characters, not all of them do it, but there are some that like really over sexualize the relationships. You know, that's like the most important dynamic. And I kind of like look at myself and I look at all of my queer friends, I'm like, we just chill and have picnics and like that is our life. Like, you know, that kind of thing. We you know, we do assignments at varsity, we do that's, you know. And I'm kind of like, I kind of like look at it, I'm assessing it, I'm like, where? Because, you know, it's but it's true, you know, it's very over sexualized. And I think that's also something I try to convey in my writing a lot, is like you say, with being demisexual, a lot of my characters are like that. Everything else really doesn't matter. If the connection's there, the connection's there. And that's why I really love the idea of like soulmates and like working that kind of into fantasy, because like, especially over different lifelines, because, you know, you have these soulmates that like are being reanimated, and like, reanimated is the wrong word, but reincarnated, that one. Reincarnated like into different bodies and into different, you know, genders and into different things, but still having that deep love for each other regardless of that. And so that's why, yeah, that kind of thing.
And I was gonna say, I definitely agree with that statement. I'm a big twin flame girl. Like because like, to me, I'm like, I do believe in soulmates. I think they exist 100%. But when you view a soulmate, it always stems more from some type of, it's a deep connection, but a little bit more romantic. Where a twin flame is that, I mean, yeah, there can be romance, but it's that person that will like change the course of your life. And there's something about like, you're almost one person. And I've been lucky enough to find a few of mine. And it's like, we share this mental link, and I'm like, I know that will never go away. And that's where I'm like, I'm trying, and I put this in my writing, and my writing is not fantasy, but everybody's like, well, I guess you're touching a little bit on like magical realism. And I'm like, I know. And somebody was like, I wasn't expecting that from your book. And I'm like, yeah, but this is my life. Like, I'm like, I know it sounds very magical and whimsical or whatever, but I'm like, this is actually like, I have a friend who I can feel like when she's upset and like when things are going on, and she lives hundreds of thousands of miles away from me, and it's just that connection. And I'm like, that's what's the most important. Like, and even my friends, I will go down swinging. Like, I do not mess with them, like do not touch them. Like, they are like, no. And again, I think that's another thing. Like, I've found that in our community, and I've fortunately found it through threads. Like, I didn't really feel like I had community, whether it be writing, like the queer community, like just having that support. And not that I don't have queer friends in real life, it's just, I'm like, there's something about it, because there's so many of us willing to talk about it, and like willing to share, and willing to be like, I shouldn't say willing, like we are accepting. It's like, you don't sit here and like, I don't know, there's just, at least in my space, there's no judgment.
I've really somehow managed to keep my little bubble like very friendly. So yeah, but and then I was gonna say another thing, like, and I don't know, I mean, for me, and this is something that ties in with the Trevor Project, is talking about or addressing mental health and like kind of tying that in. So do you feel like and I know you do more fantasy, right? Well, you also have like, do you still have like 27 whips going?
It's gone up, but yes.
But do you kind of incorporate that into your writing, or like, or do you even feel like I've had a lot of people tell me, they're like, I don't even realize it's there, but it's a metaphor or it's something else that it's kind of tied in.
Well, like I've kind of, again, it's like you just said, it's not something that I consciously, say, okay, now I'm going to write about like the queer experience, for argument's sake. That's something I'm looking to do with a friend for a future anthology, but other than that, it's just kind of been, very much incorporated into a lot of the stuff I write, which a lot of it isn't, realism. A lot of it is fantasy. A lot of it is, but I see it a lot in my poetry. Especially a lot of the religious kind of links to just sinning in general and what is considered as a sin, that kind of thing. So that comes through, it's not blatantly like, I don't know how to kind of put it out. But
it's yeah, and it's one of those things, like, I don't know about you. I don't know, what your religious upbringing was. I was raised a Catholic, and there's a lot of like heaviness, and I now am agnostic, and I was like, and I have no judgment if people, whatever their religion is, and that's what they follow and that's what they believe, 100%. Like, I never would say anything negative about it. I'm like, but I will talk about my experience and how it kind of weighed on me. And yes, to your point, there's things that I know for a fact that, like, it's drilled into you so deeply from a young age that it's hard to break that. And even now there's times, I mean, I'm 34 years old, and I'm like, I still will sometimes be like, ooh, was that wrong? Like, and I'm like, who's telling you this? Like, where is this coming from? And that's another thing I've put, and I don't know if I know you said in your poetry, but even like if you kind of explore things in your fantasy writing, I've kind of started to tie in how it can look, because I have had the one spectrum where, families are very unsupportive of their, children that, come out. And then I have like other families that are so supportive that, it doesn't matter at all. And, I've got to see the both sides of it. And like, I think that's something really important to incorporate in our writing too, because so many of us feel lost and like we have nowhere to turn and nowhere to go. And again, that's the beauty of allies, is we're kind of all trying to figure out, like, how do we, who can we go to? And which, again, the Trevor Project's trying to kind of like make a difference with that, because some people don't have anyone, to talk to about what they're going through.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think how that ties into my writing is I'm such a big fan of the found family trope. Like, that is just something that I absolutely love, because it's this thing of, is either person has lost their family through actual like loss and death and stuff like that, or through various identities that their family doesn't want or expect or accept of them. And that's why, like, I love found families, because they're messy and they just sometimes they're just like, how is this puzzle gonna fit together? And then they do. And so I think that that's kind of how it's kind of come up for me, because I was raised in a home where it's kind of 50-50, like like at home, because my mom is a very, very open person, and she was just like, you be you, whatever that is, however that presents itself, you just be you, kind of thing. And so it was never really a major topic in my home. When I came out and when my sister came out, it wasn't really that big of a who has some other thing. It wasn't negative, but I know for a fact that if it went to my extended family, who are very, very religious, and it wouldn't be it wouldn't be something that was like accepted. And so it's kind of always that battle of, is I can be myself at home, but when I'm out, or when I'm out at least with those people, I can't be 100% authentically me. And that's why I love found family, because in my real life, I found that through my friends, you know, I found that through, you know, through threads, like you were saying, you know, the community there. And I've also, I think I only had really one bad experience on threads when I spoke about how I came out to a very religious friend of mine, that post blew up. But otherwise, it's been such a positive and uplifting experience. Like you said, people who are willing to tell their stories, you know, whether the stories are good, whether the stories are bad, they're just like there. And I think it's so important to have that found family, you know. Yeah.
It is. And it's, you know, sometimes, and I've said this, like, had I not stumbled onto threads, and last year was like a really rough year for me. And I joined threads in June, and I like logged in. I'm like, I don't get this, because it hadn't really picked up. Like it was new. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what are we doing? And my husband teased me because he's like, because you don't know, like, he's like, you don't Reddit, you never Twittered, like you don't do any of that. And I'm like, I literally, which is surprising to some, I'm like, I had zero social media presence a year ago. Like you couldn't find, I purposely made it so I was unsearchable, like nobody could find me, incognito. And I'm like, now I'm out here, I don't like sharing more than half my life with people. And but yeah, I had like a really rough year. I ended up putting myself into inpatient in August, and when I got out, something told me, like, get onto threads, like go see what's up. And it was that Dear Algorithm post that was like, you know, where you said, like, who are you looking to connect with? And you were one of the first people. Like, I know for a fact you're one of the first people that I stumbled upon, and we just kind of clicked and started talking. And I know, like, had I not had that happen, had I not met everybody that I've met, I'm like, I don't know, not that I wouldn't be writing, but I'm like, I don't think I'd be where I'm at with, you know, my writing. I probably wouldn't be publishing anything. And it was a really good platform for me too, to talk about my mental health, because I've had people, you know, I post these things and people respond, but then it'll be the comments that resonate with me is somebody will say something like, even if I don't comment a lot, or even if people aren't saying anything, just know that your words are touching them. And I'm like, I think that's where now I'm like, well, I can't stop. And I'm sure, like, you feel, you know, it's like one of those things, like you start doing it and people are resonating with you, and you know that all it takes is one, like, I'm like, one person, like if I can make one person's day a little bit easier, a little bit better, like let them know that they're not alone. I was like, I will continue to talk about like what I'm going through, how I feel. And I think that's like beautiful, because I didn't have that. I mean, my mom, like yours, was very, you know, she understood my depression, my anxiety. She goes through it too. Like she understood those things. But I didn't have like anybody else. Like I can remember being in middle school and just thinking like, wow, what is wrong with me? Like, what, like everybody's happy and I'm sitting here like crying at home. But then I come in and you put that mask on of like, everything's great and we're fine and we're having fun. And I just think it's so important that we talk about, you know, our mental health out like publicly, and in our writing too. And that's, I mean, it's to your point, I didn't put it there. I literally started writing a book and I got to the end and I'm like, oh, well, it's in there. And you don't consciously even think about it sometimes, but I'm like, well, this is my life. Like, of course it's going to be. And I'm like, why are you surprised? I've been dealing with this since I was 12, 13. Like, yeah. So.
I think I think that, you know, mental health is actually it's somehow it's become even more taboo than sex to talk about, and I don't know where that, and I don't understand. Like I genuinely, like, it's become such a big thing where, I mean, I had someone, like, I was talking to someone, I can't remember when this was, it must have been a lifetime ago, but where I was like, I think that I might, like, you know, might have ADHD, or I don't know, it has a new name now. I'm not really up to date with, you know, those terms. But, and then I was just like saying, and someone was like, oh, you know, just because all your friends have mental illnesses doesn't mean you need one too. And I was like, this it's not trading cards. It's not like I asked to, it's not like I'm being quirky. This is like something that, you know, And it's just like, and it's weird because it also comes in like passive aggressive packages. Like I know a lot of people do say this, especially about like being queer and stuff like that, but a lot of people like, I don't have a label, and that's fine for like saying for yourself. But a lot of people, like when I came out, they're like, oh no, but you don't need to put a label on yourself. You can just be a person. You don't need to tell people, you can just be. And I was like, but I want to tell you, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm like, it's a choice. I think that's the point to me of, I'm like, it's my choice to tell people how I identify. It's my choice. And again, it's more of I guess that's where, and this is something like me personally, and I've had people that are like, I don't really understand how you, like, I couldn't do that, I guess, but I know in my family who is going to accept things. And I also know, like, even if they accept it, they don't want to talk about it. And I'm like, and that's fine, because I have other people I can talk to it about, and I like respect that. And like, that's, I mean, and this is a whole nother thing, but there's like, I have, certain, like, there's certain ways I side with things. And I've had people say, like, how can you like be for this but then support? And I'm like, because it's not me, it's not my, like, and I was like, I think that's the point, is like, can you accept and identify and recognize, like, this is my belief system, this is how I feel, and just respect that, and I will respect you. Like, and that's, I think, part of the goal is this like mutual respect and understanding that like we all need to achieve. Because yes, to your point, like, there's no reason to sit there and be like, well, you want to just like have something, and I'm like, it's not that we want to. I'm like, I got diagnosed officially as bipolar last year. And people are like, well, what does that mean? And I'm like, well, it means, I'm like, it's important to me, because people, yeah, same thing, they're like, well, it doesn't mean that you're any different than what you were 2 days ago. I'm like, no, it doesn't. But I'm like, I've felt off since I was like 6 years old. I'm like, there are things that I can remember as I've gone through therapy and stuff. And I'm like, and then there's also major life events. And I'm like, oh, I was manic, and I thought I was insane. I mean, I literally thought like I was losing my mind at times in my life. And I'm like, no, you were manic and you were untreated, or I was mistreated. Because that's the other thing. If you're not, there's certain medications that if you're bipolar and they put you on them, you will soar to great heights and you will come crashing down, and you hurt people, you hurt yourself. And yeah, I'm like, now the fact that I was like, I needed an answer. I know, there are people in my life who were scared for me to get that diagnosis, because a lot of times they immediately want to put you on antipsychotics. And I was lucky enough, I have a great psychiatrist who didn't do that, but they're like, I'm terrified for you. And I'm like, but I need this. Like, to your point, I'm like, I want to be able to say, I am bipolar 1. I know what that means. I recognize it, and I can talk to others about it. And it's villainized. Like, to your point of, why is mental health such a taboo thing? All of a sudden, bipolar disorder, I feel like, has been so poorly portrayed over years. And I was like, that was another reason I was terrified. I have people in my family who are bipolar, and I can remember seeing it in media and being like, fuck, I don't want that for myself. So I figured out a way to kind of hide it, in a sense. Like, I still wasn't sure for sure, but, and I'm like, why did I have, like, what, how is that okay? And it's not. And that's another reason why I speak out, because I'm like, it's not, and it shouldn't be villainized. And like, we should just be like, okay, how can we get you help? Like, you do need to be on medication. It's not. And that's the other thing, is so many people are like, well, everybody's out there just like, let's just give happy pills to everybody and everybody will be okay. And I'm like, it's not the same thing. Like, you can't just like drop Prozac into people's hands and hope that they're going to do okay, because it could totally affect one person differently than it affects me. And that's exactly it. I'm like, I have to be on specific things, because if you give me the wrong thing, I'm going to lose it. And yeah, and it's there, like, it affects the gray matter of my brain. So I'm like, it's a real thing. It's not this, and that's, I think, the same thing with depression. People are like, you're lazy, and what are you doing? Like, get up, just deal with it. And I'm like, not lazy. Can you understand where I'm coming from? Like, this is not something like, don't you think if I could get off the couch and do something that I would? Like, I don't know. So.
And that's 100%. And I think it's just also the English sorry, the misrepresentation of certain mental health issues, it's been horrible, you know, because like, I mean, you talk about bipolar, like it's been written into, you know, been written into literature. It's been, you know, portrayed on the media as it's like just this quick flip of, oh, now I'm extremely happy, now I'm like extremely depressed, and it's just like a justification of, oh, here, you know, he's just bipolar, he'll get over it, kind of thing. It's so much more than that. Or like where, you know, and I really don't like it when the media kind of portrays a person's mental illness as their personality. And for me, that's like really the same with a lot of, and I think that's where a lot of the danger in queer literature as well kind of comes from, is where, you know, an entire person's identity is based solely on the fact of, oh, you're gay, you know, you're autistic. There's so many aspects to a person, you know, people are so multifaceted. I am not just my gender, you know, I am like, there's lots of, I mean, I don't think there's a day that you can kind of predict what I'm going to post like on Threads, for argument's sake. Just there's so much happening, you know, in your life. There's so many personalities, so many, like, it sounds so bad, so many personalities, but you know, there's so much to a personality, more than, you know, that's like saying like, I'm just my weight. I am overweight. That's kind of, but if that's who I am as like, and that's all that I am, it's sad because you're missing out on so many great people just because you're like, oh, you know, you just, you know.
Yeah, no, and that's, I mean, that's the truth of it, is there's so many people out there that have such beautiful souls, and just because, you know, and it's hard because everybody, I mean, everybody's entitled to feel how they feel about, you know, other people and whatever. And my whole thing is like, just keep it to yourself, you know, as like, just be kind. Like, I understand it's not, you know, it's hard, change is hard, but yeah, so people have, it's just to your point, it's like multifaceted, and like we are so deep. And that's even and it's funny because I was talking to Chris, and I don't know what we were even going on, and I'm like, well, I don't have ADHD, and he was like, yeah, you do. And I was like, wait, I don't know. And he's like, no, you 100% do. And so like I talked to my psychiatrist about it, and she's like, oh yeah, probably. And she made me like take this little test, and she's like, yeah, but she's like, we're not going to change anything. Like, we're not changing your meds. You're doing good. Like, does it bother you? And I'm like, no. And yeah, and I know, like, you know, again, to your point, like there's a lot of times where it's like you kind of want that answer, like you want to know, like, is there something going on? Sure. But I'm like, but yeah, it doesn't change it. And like, okay, so now they're telling me like on top of the, you know, I've got ADHD, and I'm like, well, it doesn't change anything. Like, I still think the way I did yesterday, and just like chalk it up to, you know, add one more thing to Sarah's like glitter trash fire. And I say that in the most loving way possible. And some people are like, what? And I'm like, no, I know. I'm like, I know I'm unhinged. I have a friend, Jill, who's like, she's like, I never fail to like jump on Threads and be like, wow, look at what she said today. And I'm like, I know, but that's the point, because like, to your point, I'm like, I might post a really deep poem about like a toxic relationship that I, you know, had in the past. I'm like, and then I'm talking about how I'm unwrapping a cucumber, and I'm like, it's like taking a condom off. And I was just like, and I say these things, and people are like, are you okay? And I'm like, but this is me. I'm like, I can't change it. I guess that's the point. I've gotten to a point in my life, and I'm in my 30s, and it's funny because I thought when I was like 24, 25, I'm like, I know who I am. And it's like, fucking, no, you didn't. But I do now. And I've come to the realization, I'm like, I am unapologetically myself, and you can take it or leave it. Like, and it's not like, I'm not out here saying I'm all that in a bag of chips. Like, this is it. If you want to be my friend, cool. This is what you're going to get. Like, I'm not going to be fake. I'm probably going to offend you at some point, because as much as like I have that glitter persona, like I'm very real with the people that mean the most to me. So like, if you ask me some hard questions and like you want the truth, I'm going to give it to you. But like, this is just it. Like, you're going to like take it or leave it, accept me or don't. But I can't really, you know, I feel like we can't really stress too much on the other things, because if we open our eyes, and like there's people that we'll find, and even if it's, you know, we're connecting from afar, I'm like, we're still connecting. Like it keeps me going. I don't know how many mornings I've woken up like not in a good mood, not in a good place, and I jump onto Threads and somebody says something that like makes me laugh or like warms my heart, or
I don't know. I know you know Ben, and like him and I, like I can't, like there's a couple people, like the last couple of days I was kind of in a rough spot, and the last couple of days, like I've had my little, like, I don't even know what to call them, like my little posse, that I'm like, I can't stop smiling. Like I talk to them, my cheeks physically hurt because I am laughing. And I was like, it is so unhinged. If people read our, and that's what I always joke. I'm like, if the CIA is watching us right now, what would they, like two guys sitting there being like, who the fuck are these people? Like, what are they talking about? Like, what kind of train are they trying to put together? And I'm just like, but yeah, but that's right. I'm like, but this is also writers. Like, this is creatives. This is artists. Like, this is what we're about. And I'm like, and we understand each other's minds. And I think that's what's like so beautiful is you can sit here and you could tell me like, this is my plot. This is where my story came from. And it is beautiful and mind blowing that like you came up with that. Like you built that in your head. And it's amazing. And I don't think people give enough credit. Like, I mean, they do and they don't. I'm like, do you realize like how much work goes into these things that we're doing? And it's so important to us. Like
it takes, and I don't think people, especially like non-creatives and like non-writers, especially, considering that, that is kind of the only really professional creative space that I'm currently like really investing in, because, like sing for fun, draw for fun, but like, because I'm like publishing and stuff like that, there's so much that goes into it. I mean, like people generally see novel, they're like, oh, okay, book, cool, let's read. And it'll maybe take a person, well, depending on how you read, like I can flatten a book in a day, or between a day or a year, one of the two, there's no in between. But and so it's just really that kind of, it's so fleeting, but then it takes us like years sometimes to, kind of go through that, to it's just sit through the idea, to sit through the editing, to sit through the imposter syndrome. It's just, there's so much that kind of, that's in that block, and a lot of people don't see that. And so like having a space like Threads where we can kind of talk through that and be like, well, shit, I'm not the only one experiencing this, because I think that that's like been the biggest thing, is being like, other people are literally experiencing the exact same thing. And it's just, it's awesome, like I'll go on and like Ben's busy talking about marketing, or Tom's busy talking about like how he's like struggled to fit Age of Reckoning into the printing things, and I'm just like, yes, that kind of, and it's just, and we share in each other's struggles, and we share in each other's excitements, and we celebrate with each other, and it's just, yeah, the community there has just been so phenomenal. And like
it has.
And like honestly, like same thing with you, like I'll go onto Threads and I'll be scrolling, then there's you with a lollipop, I'm like, okay, there's you with a lollipop, cool. Then there's and that's what I also love, like in the community, like especially the bubble I've built, that everyone that I'm kind of mutuals with are mutuals with each other. So it feels like just this is like you said, this one little bubble, and we all kind of have like our inside jokes, we all have like our, and it's so amazing to just go on there. And like I said, even if you're having like a crappy day, a crappy morning, I can go on, I can say good morning guys, and I'll have like just people saying you're in a good mood, or like something like that. And it's so, yeah. And I think it's also, I think there's a very big stigma around online communities, because a lot of people have this kind of false pretense that they put on social medias. And like I understand some people do. I'm very much 100% myself. Like what you see there is what you get. I'm very much, I'm like I am now, I'm very much a blabbermouth. I'm very much a very excitable person. So I feel like a lot of people approach it with caution, but kind of with the community we've built on Threads, that's kind of gone now. Everyone's just like you say, take it or leave it. I am what I am. This is how I'm feeling today.
Yeah, and that's like the best part. And even I did interview Tom last week, and I don't know if I mentioned that I was getting to interview you, and he's just like, I love Kenya, and I'm like, I know, man. I was like, I'm so excited. And that was the other nice, like Chris. Yes, Chris is probably like, ooh, why did I unleash her on the world as a host for interviews? However, I'm like, the people that I got to interview are some of my favorite my favorite threads connections. And I actually only just recently started talking to Tom, and like didn't really like, and it's like, yeah, like you said, it's like we all start to like form into this thing. And my favorite part is that it's like that's the thing, like it's grown. Like I'm pretty sure Ben and Tom have been friends for a while, and like I just met him, and I'm like, but it's this like now our little bubble is growing. And the other part I love is like when I'll make a comment to somebody, and then like one of my, and you're like, they're meeting each other, like that like now they're interacting because of something like you said, and like that's I just love it. And yeah, I can remember I had one comment I posted about how much I loved the community, and somebody was like, well, do you know these people in real life? And I was like, but I'm like, I'm really good at telling. And I was like, and maybe that's why, because I don't follow people. I'm like, if I'm getting like disingenuous vibes from you, I'm not going to follow you. Like, it's not. So I'm like, all of the people that I communicate with, I'm like, I know that this is them because they're not trying to hide anything. Like I mean, the people, and they're just posting things, and I'm like, yeah, like tell it like it is. Like if this is pissing you off, like freaking put it out there, vent, and we're all gonna like, we'll probably be like, yeah, I get it, I totally do. So, and I think that's the beauty of it too, is we don't all have the same opinions, and we don't all think the same way. But I've not encountered anybody to, I don't know, like even when I've kind of, there was something I had a discussion with somebody, and it was very respectful, even though like we kind of were, in different things. And I'm like, but yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't negative. It wasn't a bad experience. Like I think we both walked away like, oh, I learned that, and I learned this about them, and like, okay, let's move on. And I don't know, it's just great. It's like such a great, and again, like I just like talking to you and like everybody else, I'm just like, because I feel like I know you, and now I feel like I know you even better. Like it's one of those, now I get to like see your beautiful face, and I'm just like, so I know it makes me all like warm and fuzzy inside. And that's the other thing. People are like, where is this positivity? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, what's the point of being mean? I guess I don't get it.
Absolutely. I'm very much that kind of mentality person. Like, listen, it's gonna weigh more on me than you when I'm mean. Like, it weighs more on my soul. I'm just gonna live. I'm just gonna be. I'm just going to, and I am. Like, I've gotten the nickname Teddy Bear, Ray of Sunshine, like, because that is my personality. And I really do not try to avoid conflict, but I don't like getting into conflict. And like you said earlier, I'm very much a person who I will respect you as long as you respect me. And because I'm a very much a respect his own kind of person. So I give the basis of respect with every person that I kind of meet, and where you go depends on how you act. So higher or lower than the bar. And that's what I kind of love about especially the circle on Threads, is like you said, we can kind of have a genuine like debate about it. Like, this is how I feel, this is how you feel. Okay, I can kind of see where you come from. Or even if it's not, it's just the kind of, okay, when it gets to a point where you're entitled to your opinions, I'm entitled to mine. This is like literally one teeny tiny aspect of the plethora of opinions that you have as a human being. Kind of, it's like pineapple on pizza debate. I'm not gonna hate you just because you don't like pineapple, for argument's sake, So it's been really awesome, especially because like kind of the community, that little bubble kind of we've cultivated, that it is like that. Because I mean, I've seen on so many posts where people kind of just keep arguing to get their points across, even when they've kind of realized that they're not getting anywhere. So I think that's just been kind of fantastic, is where that kind of mutual respect is given, and we're each other's hype, train. Like, I'm pretty sure I've reposted every person that I kind of interact with often's post like all the time.
Yeah, it's the little, but that's the thing, I'm like, it's the littlest bit of support that we can offer to one another. And I do it too. I'm like, I just think that it's something like we can definitely, to your point, like hype each other up, support each other, like spread. I mean, and that's like, I re-released my book, and there's people who are told me like, oh, I got my copy, and I'm like, you bought it? Like, okay, like I just didn't, like I wasn't like I don't know. And I'm like, but that's awesome. And you don't really like necessarily realize how far, I guess, because like we're all doing it. So like how far can that reach go if we're all kind of like, you know, I feel like it's like not an infection, but it's like we're just, our little thing is like creeping on, and we're gonna get further and further as we go along. And that's something like I have a lot of ideas, and like it's gonna take time, like we need capital, but some people who've read my second book that's coming out are like, you should try to, you know, go trad. And I'm like, I don't think I can at this point, and not saying that I would never be hybrid or something like that, but I'm like, I don't think I can, because the indie community is so important to me. And I think that we really need to like make this stand and make this like point of like, we can do this, like we can lift each other up, we can get there, we can be like the support system. And again, like it is a type of found family, and we're just trying to make sure like everybody's, you know, everybody's work gets out there, and because it's so good. And I don't know about you, but my favorite part is if you know somebody whose book you're reading, you can like slip into their DMs and be like,
yes,
this is like amazing, or like, is this gonna happen? Is this what's gonna happen? Like,
it's actually happened. It happened with Tom when I was reading Age of Reckoning. It happened with Erin. I was reading her poetry anthology, you know, and I was just like, and in my head I'm just like, I know these people, like we're friends, like, you know. And it's just, I think that's also so awesome, because, you know, in my real life I don't have a lot of writers in my circle, you know, and kind of when I talk about it, it's kind of just like okay, cool, you know, you're writing, that kind of thing. It's not really, it's like okay, when it comes out, let me know. Whereas like on threads and stuff like that, it's like people are actually excited. People are like, no freaking ways. Like people freak out, you know, they'll read stuff that you wrote, they'll read a certain quote, they're like, damn, you wrote that, wow. And it's just, it's such a, yeah, it's a different kind of thing that you need. It's a different kind of support that I really do think a lot of writers do need, you know, to actually have other writer friends who, you know, you read each other's work, you know how each other, like that kind of thing. You know, you support each other. Sorry, I'm very also with my hands.
I usually, I know, and I the way that it is, I'm like, you're probably not seeing it, but it's like, it's like a puppet show.
Just anyway. Oh no, but yeah, it's been so amazing, because you know, especially like when Redanian came out, and I've kind of like taken that off the shelves a bit, but like, you know, a lot of people kind of were like, okay, you know, in my like actual life, they're like, oh, what happened with that? I'm like, no, you know, I took it down. I just think I rushed into publishing a bit too fast. I need to work on that a bit myself, you know. And they kind of just like, but it's a book, just leave it there. I'm like, it's not, that's not how it works. And, you know, when I was kind of discussing it with like some of my online community, they were like, okay, you know, I completely see where you're coming from. You know, it's such an understanding community when it comes to that, because like you said, they know they learn to find how your brain processes, how your thoughts kind of go, especially like with writing. And they know what impacts your writing, what's going on in your life, so they kind of know how to gauge you in that sense. Yeah.
And again, I was like, I know, probably like tie it all in, but yeah, I mean, I feel like we covered so much and so much important stuff, and just really did tie in like how, I mean, you know, us as creatives, how it affects our mental health, and then how our community, that found family, is so important. And we're all here like lifting each other up and trying to like, you know, just support and make sure that we're there for one another, because like we do understand the burnout, and we do get like how it's hard. And I think even when somebody comes to you and says, I need a break, I need a month, I gotta like walk away, and yeah, okay, like walk away, do that. And if you need me in the meantime, like if you need something, like let me know. And you know, but it's not people telling you like, well, no, you need to keep going. I feel like that's something that was such a thing for us growing up, is like, well, just, it's like, no, sometimes you need to just like go do something else. Like, you know, I busted out like watercolors, you know, recently. I'm like, do something else, like let it go, bake bread, something, man. But is there anything else that you want to like add before we kind of wrap up?
Yeah, I think we covered a hell of a lot. So You
I
know,
know we did. This is by far my longest interview, so like in a good way. I feel like in a very, very good way.
Yeah, so I don't really think I have anything else to add. You know, just basically mental health is important. Mental health of writers should be talked about more. You know, I think just in general, you know, in the queer community, in just general spaces, and I think the taboo of that needs to be taken away. You know, it shouldn't be this kind of thing where, listen, I need a time out. And I think that's also kind of the burnout culture, is rest doesn't have to be earned. If you need to rest, rest. Everything else can like, you can't do anything if your body's not functioning. So yeah, I think that's just pretty much summation of
Well, thank you so much for, coming and joining and being here for our event. And I'm like so excited that we got to like talk one-on-one and face-to-face, and this has been amazing. So thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been amazing to talk to you too. You know, we keep, you know, having interactions on Threads and on Instagram and it's just like, it's so amazing to see your beautiful face and to hear your beautiful voice and to just, you know, kind of just talk about what makes us both excited and passionate.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes. And that's exactly like, I literally, like, when I was like, okay, because I got to pick, like, I kind of, like, Chris was like, well, who do you think you want to interview? And I was like, okay, let me think. I'm like, Kenya. I was like, because I can't wait. Like, because I'm like, I just, like, literally your face. I don't know how many times I've said, I know, and I'm like, I'm annoying. People are probably like, who is this weirdo that's just like, oh my God, you're fucking gorgeous. But I'm like, I'm going to tell people. I'm like, I just, and to me, I'm like, beauty comes from a place of like, it's from the inside. I'm like, I'm like, if I feel that like your inner, just how beautiful you are as a person, I'm like, you are beautiful to me, and I'm gonna tell you because I just want to. But yeah, like yes, I'm so like your face. but yeah.
Hello again, and thank you absolutely to everyone who joined us today, who helped out with all the videos and submissions, and specifically my roundtable, because I'm going first, Sarah. You're gonna have to wait. So we have Nicole and Natalie and Joss. Thank you so much for joining me. The conversation was absolutely amazing. I loved it, and I can't wait to do it again.
My turn.
Your turn to go.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, a huge thank you, especially to all of my little writer buddies that joined me. So Ben and Sarah and Matt, it was so much fun, and I really appreciate you guys jumping on with me, all of us with Potted. But yeah, thank you everybody who tuned in and donated, and apologies for my weird nerdy self.
And just to wrap it up, we raised $750 tonight, which is fucking amazing. Special thank you goes out to Aster for her art. We have Gil for the amazing prints donated. And then we have Luna Wolf coming in at the last second with a beautiful tumbler, all going to be raffled off. It is amazing. Thank you all so much. We are done here. My name is Chris Corvin. That is Sarah Burton. This is the Dripping Creativity Podcast. Signing off. Stay creative. Stay inspired. And until next time, see ya.